Why do symbols born in the Middle Ages still appear in the mirrored facades of our modern cities? It is a question that rises like smoke from the foundations of stone cathedrals and glass towers alike, lingering in the air, refusing to vanish. Why, across continents and across centuries, do we find certain patterns repeating themselves? Geometric designs that first appeared under the guardianship of the Knights Templar. Tonight, a journey through these enigmatic shadows unfolds. Not the shadows of ruined castles or dusty manuscripts alone, but the subtler ones. Shadows that stretch upward into skyscrapers and bridges, whispering through architecture that millions pass by every day without noticing. The Knights Templar are remembered for their crusades, for their dramatic rise and brutal fall, and for the legends that continue to follow them. Yet, what if one of their greatest legacies was not buried treasure or hidden relics, but something more enduring, something carved into the very bones of our cities? Imagine walking down a street in Paris, New York, or Washington, D.C. The pavement hums beneath your footsteps, but above you, in the curve of an arch, in the rows of a window, or in the measured angles of an entire district, a secret language is waiting. Most will never see it, but for those who know how to look, these forms echo with meaning. They carry whispers of an ancient order that supposedly vanished 7 centuries ago. But why would the Templars leave their code in stone and steel? And how could these fragments of geometry survive the storms of time, papal suppression, war, and revolution to still appear in modern skylines? Some say it is coincidence that architects simply reuse what pleases the human eye. That circles, crosses, spirals, and squares are merely universal, re-emerging again and again without connection to secret brotherhoods. And yet, what if that is not the full story? The Templars were not only warriors, they were administrators, builders, and visionaries who moved across cultures, gathering knowledge wherever they went. In Jerusalem, they encountered Islamic geometry, patterns woven into mosques and palaces that spoke of infinity and divine harmony. In Europe, they oversaw cathedrals that reached toward heaven, embedding ratios that hinted at celestial order. Everywhere they built, they seemed to embed more than stone. Consider the skyscraper, born in the industrial age, a symbol of steel and commerce. Yet even here, in the ornamentation above doors, in the cross-shaped floor plans, and in the spiraling staircases, echoes appear. Ancient motifs resurrected in modern material. Could this be deliberate transmission? A silent inheritance passed from medieval stonemasons to the architects of modernity? Or is it an unconscious repetition? The human spirit drawn again and again to the same sacred forms. Look closer at Washington, D.C. Its streets and monuments are aligned with stars, triangles, and crosses. To some, this is the language of Freemasonry. But others whisper it reaches deeper, that the Masons themselves inherited fragments of a much older Templar code. In Paris, rose windows bloom above avenues that lead to obelisks and arches, all tied into a network of geometry. And in New York, Art Deco towers shimmer with motifs resembling crosses, suns, and spirals, symbols whose roots stretch far beyond the age of industry. So again, the question arises, why do echoes of Templar symbols still rise from the glass and steel of our modern cities? Could it be that the Templars, foreseeing their own destruction, left behind something greater than gold? Could it be that their treasure was not material, but architectural, a hidden script that would survive inquisitors, wars, and centuries? Some historians dismiss these parallels as fantasy, but others argue that architecture, more than any written text, can preserve a secret. Stones cannot be burned, ratios cannot be excommunicated, geometry cannot be silenced. So perhaps when one passes a cathedral or glances at the lines of a city skyline, they are brushing against a legacy designed to be indestructible, a language not of words but of forms. The echoes are all around us. They whisper from steel, they shimmer in glass, and they wait in silence, inviting us to ask, are we living in cities shaped only by engineers or by an invisible hand, reaching out from the Middle Ages? This is where the journey begins. From the stone commanderies of the Templars to the glass towers of our modern world, these patterns will be followed. Their origins, their survival, and their haunting reappearance in places where they should no longer be will be traced. But to understand how these echoes reached us, one must begin at their source. In the medieval world, where the Templars first learned to shape stone into symbols, to follow the thread of these echoes, one must return to the 12th century. A time when Europe trembled with both faith and fear, when knights took vows not only of poverty and chastity, but of service to a cause so immense it could never be spoken aloud in its entirety. The Knights Templar began as protectors of pilgrims on dangerous roads to Jerusalem, but soon they became builders as much as warriors. Everywhere their boots touched earth, stones were raised, walls were measured, and sanctuaries took form. Behind the battlements and barracks, something more subtle was being shaped. An architecture not of convenience, but of code. The Templars built strongholds across Europe and the Holy Land. These fortresses, chapels, and commanderies followed a discipline that seems to go beyond military need. Some rose in remote fields, some in the hearts of towns, yet each seemed to whisper of more than defense. Beneath their rough exterior lay deliberate choices, ratios of walls, alignments with stars, circles embedded within squares, echoing patterns repeated across continents. Consider the commandery of Lavarade in France. Its chapel stands at an odd angle, not aligned with the streets around it, but with the path of the sun at solstice. Or think of Tomar in Portugal, where the Convent of Christ reveals a round church modeled not only on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, but layered with geometries that suggest mystical import. These choices were not practical, they were intentional, carrying meaning meant to outlast words. Some believe the Templars learned this hidden language in Jerusalem itself. There, within the dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, where they famously established their first headquarters, they would have encountered Islamic architects and artisans who infused their work with geometry reflecting divine order. Circles, stars, octagons, spirals. These were not decorations, but reflections of eternity, symbols of the cosmos mapped onto stone. Could it be that the Templars adopted these principles, weaving them into their own architecture? If so, their buildings became more than military outposts. They became repositories of wisdom, a synthesis of East and West, of Christianity and esoteric science. Yet these meanings were veiled. To the passerby, a chapel was simply a place of prayer, a fortress simply a stronghold. But to those who knew the codes, the walls spoke. The arches curved not only for strength, but for symbolism. The thickness of stone, the distance between pillars, the very placement of doorways. All were arranged to create patterns invisible to most eyes. It is tempting to see these structures as mere remnants of medieval practicality. But why then do they echo with the same forms that later surface in Gothic cathedrals, and then again in Renaissance palaces, and still again in modern cities? Was there truly a silent transmission beginning here in these shadowed stones of the Templar order? The Templars rarely left behind written manuals of their architectural intent. If such documents ever existed, they were burned, confiscated, or hidden during the purge that ended the order in the 14th century. What remains are the stones themselves, mute yet enduring, and perhaps that was always the point. A book can be lost, a relic can be stolen, but a chapel aligned to the stars endures. A floor plan echoing cosmic geometry remains long after names and banners are forgotten. As one imagines these strongholds under moonlight, their walls casting long shadows, consider the possibility that the Templars were never simply defending earthly pilgrims. Perhaps they were defending something larger, a map of the heavens traced into earth, hidden in plain sight within the stones of their own buildings. This is the legacy that must now be followed forward. From these medieval shadows into the luminous geometries that adorned cathedrals, the Templars' hidden allegories continued their journey, waiting to be rediscovered by those willing to read their silent script. If there is one shape that whispers most clearly of hidden design, it is the marriage of circle and square. To the untrained eye, it is a simple diagram, the sort of figure one might sketch on parchment without thinking. But to the Templars, and to many who came before and after them, this pairing embodied the meeting point of heaven and earth. The geometric form of the square intrinsically embodies terrestrial qualities. Its quartet of defined boundaries resonates with the cardinal points of a compass, symbolizes the primordial constituents of the material world, and represents the unyielding permanence of all that is quantifiable and intellectually grasped. Conversely, the boundless circle is considered divine, utterly devoid of any discernible commencement or conclusion. It eloquently evokes notions of perpetual duration, the celestial spheres revolving in their majestic, soundless ballet, and an ideal state of flawlessness that defies any attempt at restriction or enclosure. A profound enigma emerges precisely at the juncture where these two fundamental shapes intersect. It is at this critical point that the ethereal spirit makes contact with the corporeal matter, and the boundless, eternal subtly permeates the fleeting temporal realm, giving rise to a unique spiritual synthesis. Consequently, it occasions no astonishment that this potent symbolic motif recurs with persistent regularity throughout the architectural endeavors of the Templar order. Within their sacred chapels, for instance, perfectly circular sanctuaries were frequently found enshrined within the confines of square courtyards. Similarly, in their formidable fortresses, imposing towers, though anchored upon robust square foundations, consistently revealed inner devotional spaces that blossomed gracefully into circular forms, creating a striking visual and spiritual duality. The revered convent of Christ in Tomar, situated in Portugal, stands as a testament, preserving one of the most visually arresting instances of this architectural principle. There, a distinctly round church is meticulously enveloped by angular rectilinear walls, presenting a sacred spiritual core, meticulously wrapped within a formidable, martial exterior shell. This raises a compelling inquiry. Was such a configuration merely an accidental occurrence? Or did it represent a purposeful didactic message deliberately etched into the very fabric of the stone? Furthermore, A detailed examination of the intricate floor plans belonging to various Templar commanderies reveals compelling evidence. Precise measurements within these structures consistently imply the incorporation of specific ratios, which are notably aligned with deeply revered sacred numbers such as 3, 7, and 12, suggesting an intentional application of numerological principles in their design. It is conceivable that a perfect circle could be precisely inscribed within the boundaries of a square, and subsequently, within that encompassing circle, a cross could be delineated, its arms marking cardinal directions that strikingly mirror the 12 divisions of the zodiac. While an ordinary visitor might perceive these architectural features as mere functional rooms and connecting hallways, for those individuals who had undergone proper initiation into the order's esoteric knowledge, the entire ground plan transcended its utilitarian purpose to become an intricate living diagram of cosmic creation itself. The provenance of this profound architectural and symbolic understanding remains a subject of scholarly debate. Some researchers postulate its origins lie within the venerable Temple of Solomon, that immensely sacred edifice which served as a monumental fount of inspiration for a substantial portion of the Templar Order's distinctive identity. Ancient biblical accounts concerning this legendary temple frequently allude to its meticulously precise dimensions and an overarching design philosophy believed to meticulously reflect the very order of the divine cosmos. Conversely, other scholars contend that the fundamental circle-square motif possesses an even more ancient pedigree, with its presence discernible in the philosophical tenets of Pythagorean teachings, manifest in the intricate patterns of Islamic architecture, and evident in the spiritual mandalas originating from the East. It is plausible, therefore, that the Templars were not originators, but rather mere inheritors of an enduring, universal truth, a profound wisdom that had been carefully transmitted across generations, akin to a secretly guarded flame, perpetually concealed within the foundational stones laid by generations of the devout. Nevertheless, an intriguing alternative hypothesis presents itself. What if the members of the Templar Order were not solely recipients of this ancient wisdom, but actively functioned as its diligent transmitters? Could it be that they meticulously ensured this potent symbol would not simply disappear into oblivion with their eventual demise, but would instead firmly embed itself and take root within the subsequent architectural and philosophical traditions that emerged in their wake? Indeed, for many centuries subsequent to their dramatic dissolution, the compelling image of the circle harmoniously integrated within the square steadfastly reappears across various significant historical periods and architectural styles. It is prominently observed in the intricate designs of Gothic rose windows, within the elegant layouts of Renaissance courtyards, and even in the meticulously planned city grids conceived by master architects often affiliated with clandestine guilds. Strikingly, even in the contemporary urban landscapes of modern capitals, an astute observer can still discern the pervasive presence of circles precisely inscribed within squares on civic maps, a fundamental pattern that reverberates and repeats with the rhythmic consistency of a heartbeat, echoing across the vast expanse of time. This persistent recurrence naturally provokes a pivotal question. Is this widespread phenomenon merely an accidental happenstance, or does it signify a deliberate, overarching design? When one perambulates through the meticulously planned thoroughfares of such a city, for instance, the capital of Washington, D.C., with its iconic circular rotunda elegantly framed by a network of angular, rectilinear boulevards. That individual is, whether consciously aware of it or not, actively traversing within a dynamic, living diagram. The geometrically square streetscapes serve to metaphorically tether the pedestrian to the earthly plane, while the expansive, circular plazas concurrently elevate one's contemplative gaze towards the celestial expanse. The profound experience derived from such an urban environment transcends mere practical utility. It is fundamentally, deeply symbolic. This intricate interplay of forms subtly yet powerfully influences the manner in which inhabitants navigate their surroundings, the patterns of their cognitive processes, and even the very fabric of their aspirations and dreams. This naturally leads to a profound speculation. Might this have constituted the ultimate overarching ambition of the Templar Order? To construct a world where each and every edifice inherently conveyed a silent, profound meaning. A civilization where the very discipline of geometry itself softly murmured tales of equilibrium, of profound accord, and of a long-lost reconciliation between the spiritual and the material dimensions of existence. While such a grand design is compelling, definitive certainty remains elusive. Nevertheless, the enduring ubiquity and persistence of the circle within the square motif throughout history strongly indicate something far more profound than mere random happenstance. It convincingly points towards a deliberate and sustained intention, a purposeful legacy meticulously perpetuated by generations of skilled masons and visionary architects who, despite perhaps never uttering the specific name of the Templars, nonetheless carried forth their foundational geometric principles, much like a guiding torch illuminating a path through the encroaching shadows of time. Therefore, upon your next encounter with an urban plaza featuring a circular fountain elegantly positioned within a square perimeter, or observing a towering edifice whose graceful round dome is firmly anchored upon robust angular foundations, one is urged to momentarily pause and reflect. In such moments, an individual might very well be standing within the resonant embrace of a symbol considerably more ancient than initially perceived, a powerful emblem that continues to carry the veiled, profound voice of an enigmatic order widely believed to have been irrevocably extinguished by the ravages of fire and the bitter sting of betrayal. The immutable emblem of the circle contained within the square thus represents the seamless integration of heaven within earth. It stands as a profound, enduring code, not preserved in fragile manuscripts or venerable relics, but rather indelibly inscribed within the very stones that meticulously shape the urban landscapes of our civilizations. Yet, when one conjures an image of a formidable medieval fortress or a sacred chapel erected by the Knights Templar, the initial mental impression invariably gravitates towards imposing walls and towering bastions, towards the sheer, unyielding mass of stone designed to valiantly resist prolonged siege and the inexorable march of time. Nevertheless, concealed within the formidable embrace of these same walls resides a more subtle, hushed vernacular, a sophisticated language eloquently articulated through the architectural grace of arches. The architectural arch simultaneously embodies both practical efficacy and profound poetic resonance. Its inherent curvilinear form ingeniously distributes immense structural weight, thereby enabling edifices to ascend to greater heights and withstand the ravages of time with enhanced longevity. However, when employed by the discerning hands of the Templars, the arch transcended its mere function as an engineering solution. It metamorphosed into a significant gateway, a symbolic threshold, serving not merely as a passage between adjacent chambers, but rather as a profound portal bridging the tangible, visible world and the ethereal, unseen realms. To pass directly beneath the elegant span of one of these ancient arches is to consciously step into a liminal, transitional space. As one proceeds, the cacophony and distractions of the external world recede into the background, while the profound stillness of the interior environment gently yet compellingly beckons one deeper within. It is precisely within this contemplative movement, this deliberate passage, that a deeper, resonant meaning is ultimately revealed. Notably, a considerable number of Templar arches are not merely unadorned, simple curves, but are instead meticulously adorned with subtle, intricate patterns. These elaborate carvings frequently include distinctive chevrons, celestial stars, and complex interlacing forms that appear to subtly direct the observer's gaze inward, guiding the eye towards the arch's central apex or core. Certain proponents of this theory posit that these embellishments were not intended as mere aesthetic decorations, but rather functioned as sophisticated coded symbols, serving as profound reminders to the devout that every physical passageway through an arch also simultaneously represents a significant spiritual journey or transition. As a compelling illustration, consider the revered commandery located in Lyon, France, where the entrance to its chapel proudly displays a pointed arch. The very stones comprising this arch are delicately etched with distinctive 8-petaled rosettes. While the majority of devout pilgrims might have simply perceived these as conventional floral motifs, a common decorative element of the era, to a more discerning or initiated observer, they subtly suggested a comprehensive compass delineating various directions, or perhaps even the intricate petals of a vast cosmic mandala. Consequently, the act of passing beneath such an arch was tantamount to undergoing a silent, unacknowledged initiation, irrespective of an individual's conscious awareness of the deeper ritualistic significance. Furthermore, it is instructive to contemplate the profound contrast existing between the robust round and the elegant pointed arches. The gracefully rounded Romanesque architectural style, characterized by its sturdy semicircular forms, eloquently speaks of enduring stability, the concept of eternity, and the unbroken, cyclical nature of existence. In stark juxtaposition, the acutely pointed Gothic arch, an innovative form whose widespread adoption the Templars significantly facilitated, inherently directs the observer's gaze skyward with an almost spiritual imperative, thereby drawing contemplative thought away from the earthly plane and towards the celestial heavens. This leads one to ponder a crucial hypothetical. What if these distinct architectural choices were not arbitrary, but rather entirely deliberate and imbued with conscious intent? What if each specific shape intrinsically carried a hidden, esoteric instruction? The round arch, perhaps signifying the eternal and unchanging, while the pointed arch symbolized the aspirational and transcendent. Together, these forms would then intricately weave a rich, silent language of spiritual ascent and enduring permanence, conveying profound philosophical concepts in stone. While certain historical scholars maintain that arches were merely expedient engineering tools prevalent during their respective eras, adopted primarily for their functional effectiveness, the consistent persistence of intricate coded carvings unequivocally challenges such a simplistic interpretation. This raises pertinent questions. What compelling reason would motivate skilled masons to painstakingly embed celestial stars and delicate roses in architectural locations where such embellishments were not structurally or aesthetically mandated? Furthermore, why do arches found at numerous Templar sites frequently exhibit repeated proportions that precisely align with deeply revered sacred numbers? The fundamental query thus persists: is this phenomenon attributable to mere fortuitous accident? Or does it unequivocally signify deliberate, purposeful intention? Persistent whispers circulate, suggesting that the Templars meticulously concealed entire esoteric lessons within these monumental gateways. Analogous to how a written book necessitates an engaged reader to unlock its meaning, so too does an architecturally significant arch demand an individual possessing the capacity for deeper perception to truly comprehend its message. For the uninitiated populace, such structures were perceived as nothing more than inert stone. However, for the members of the Brotherhood, they constituted a profound form of scripture devoid of conventional words, a sophisticated geometry lesson, an eloquent spiritual parable, and a powerful, enduring reminder that the fundamental attributes of strength and beauty are not inherently separate but can, and indeed should, be seamlessly integrated. As the inexorable march of centuries progressed, these significant arches did not merely fade into obscurity. Rather, their presence dramatically proliferated. The magnificent Gothic cathedrals that majestically rose across Europe, notably emerging shortly after the zenith of the Templar Order's influence, stand as breathtaking examples, veritable forests composed entirely of soaring arches. Within these grand edifices, monumental doorways elegantly ascend into acutely pointed curves, while intricate ribbed vaults intricately crisscross overhead, strikingly resembling celestial constellations. This phenomenon prompts a fascinating query. Is it conceivable that the architectural principles and symbolic language that originated and were nurtured within the fortified strongholds of the Templars subsequently served as the generative seed for an entire transformative architectural movement that swept across the continent? Even in the contemporary world, the enduring echoes of these architectural forms persist. Should one enter a modern courthouse, a grand museum, or even a bustling train station, one will invariably discover gracefully curving arches spanning overhead. These curvilinear structures are not merely functional elements designed for structural support. They are also profoundly symbolic, meticulously carrying forward a venerable tradition whose deeper significance is now recalled by only a select few. Occasionally, these arches are elegantly flanked by delicate rose motifs, at other times by luminous stars, or by other intricate patterns that evoke a strangely ancient and timeless sensibility. These pervasive architectural elements represent the silent, resonant echoes of a long-forgotten language. The arch, therefore, transcends its superficial role as a mere doorway. It functions as a profound threshold, serving as an intermediary passage between distinct realms, specifically the tangible world of physical matter and the ethereal world of abstract meaning. The Knights Templar appear to have possessed a profound and intuitive grasp of this inherent duality. Consequently, they deliberately bequeathed their meticulously crafted arches to posterity, not solely for the utilitarian purpose of sustaining monumental walls, but rather with the explicit intention of perpetually upholding and preserving deep, enduring mysteries. The next time an individual finds themselves traversing beneath the graceful span of an archway, it is advisable to momentarily pause. Allow one's gaze to meticulously trace the elegant curve of the structure. Actively seek out any discernible symbols intricately carved into the stone, whether they be delicate roses, mesmerizing spirals, or luminous stars. In doing so, one might discover that they are not merely passing through a conventional entrance. Instead, they could very well be stepping through a profound portal of silence, a gateway that continues to softly murmur with the veiled, profound voice of the enigmatic Templar order. Throughout human history, the phenomenon of light has consistently been revered as intrinsically sacred. It penetrates our earthly realm without being visibly perceived at its point of entry, subsequently bending and scattering its rays, thereby imbuing the very atmosphere with vibrant vitality and comforting warmth. However, for the Knights Templar, and for those select individuals who diligently pursued their clandestine, esoteric trajectory, light transcended its conventional role as mere physical illumination. It possessed the profound potential to function as a sophisticated form of language itself. One might reflect upon the magnificent stained glass windows frequently adorning medieval chapels. To the undiscriminating observer, these vibrant artistic installations primarily serve to narrate familiar tales, depicting revered saints, courageous martyrs, and pivotal biblical scenes. As the sun progresses through the day, its luminous rays cause brilliant hues to dance gracefully across the cold stone floors, shifting and transforming, thereby imbuing these narratives with a dynamic sense of vitality. Yet beyond their obvious storytelling function, these intricate windows also served as profound custodians of hidden knowledge. Amidst the rich tapestries of vivid reds and deep blues, subtle geometric configurations were meticulously concealed, perfect circles contained within squares, luminous stars delicately nested within elaborate rosettes, and precise triangles pointing skyward, all collectively and silently conveying profound messages intended exclusively for those who had undergone the rites of initiation. Several eminent scholars posit the compelling argument that the Knights Templar may have deliberately employed stained glass installations as sophisticated didactic instruments. Ordinary pilgrims, in their devout visits, would undoubtedly perceive the conventional narratives of religious faith vividly portrayed within these windows. However, those individuals meticulously trained in the esoteric, hidden arts of the order possessed the refined ability to decipher significantly deeper layers of meaning, uncovering intricate moral codes, apprehending complex allegorical lessons, and perhaps even discerning precise geographical coordinates that pinpointed other sacred sites or repositories of knowledge. One might vividly envision the ethereal sunlight streaming through such an emblematic window, its rays conveying not merely a spectrum of vibrant colors, but also profound knowledge meticulously encoded within the precise spacing of its individual panes, the deliberate sequence of its symbolic motifs, and the intrinsic proportions of each depicted figure. The iconic rose window, arguably the most celebrated of these intricate devices, warrants especially thorough scrutiny. Its numerous petals, each calibrated with exacting precision, gracefully radiate outwards from a central focal hub, much like the spokes of a grand, overarching cosmic truth, disseminating its silent wisdom across the sacred space. A segment of interpreters holds the conviction that the rose motif, in this context, serves as a potent emblem of spiritual purity and divine grace. Conversely, Another contingent of theorists proposes that its intricate design subtly conceals the cartographic representation of a clandestine lineage, an undisclosed bloodline that the ecclesiastical authorities of the era purportedly endeavored to vigorously suppress. Consequently, the luminous light traversing through such a window was transformed. It ceased to be a purely physical phenomenon of illumination. Instead, it transmuted into an active agent of profound revelation, a form of enlightenment that, while subtle in its manifestation, was nonetheless powerfully insistent in its communicated message. Within hallowed edifices such as Chartres Cathedral, the intricate spatial arrangements of the vitreous artistry are truly awe-inspiring. Here, perfect circles harmoniously intertwine with precise squares, while acute triangles direct attention toward concealed niches, and luminous stars are meticulously positioned in ways that synchronize with specific celestial alignments at various junctures throughout the annual cycle. This prompts a fascinating inquiry. Is it conceivable that ancient pilgrims unconsciously heeded these cosmic directives, their spiritual journeys subtly influenced by the captivating interplay of ambient light and vibrant hues? Indeed, some discerning scholars and mystics speculate that these very windows functioned as sophisticated instruments, remnants of a vanished epistemology, engineered to calibrate mortal understanding with a transcendent universal structure. They propose these architectural features were not merely aesthetic, but served as mechanisms for spiritual attunement, aligning human consciousness with a profound, sacred cosmic order. What renders this phenomenon even more profoundly striking is the extraordinary persistence of this esoteric knowledge, which endured the calamitous dissolution of the Knights Templar. When pontifical edicts decreed the eradication of the order and mandated the incineration of its extensive archives, the resilient windows remained intact. Masonry and glass possess an inherent capacity to withstand combustion, a durability that parchment inherently lacks. Consequently, the Templars' profound messages persevered in their silent luminescence, overtly camouflaged, lying dormant for centuries until individuals sufficiently inquisitive or adequately instructed might eventually discern their concealed truths. Even in subsequent historical epochs, distinct reverberations of these designs continually manifest. Renaissance cathedrals and prominent civic structures frequently incorporate grand fenestrations of a circular form, sometimes explicitly as rose windows, at other times as more abstract motifs that mirror identical divine proportions. In contemporary constructions, expanses of glass panels, overhead skylights, and expansive curtain walls are designed to reflect sunlight in calculated arrangements, thereby echoing those ancient designs. This raises a compelling question. Are these recurring patterns conscious tributes to historical precedents, or are they rather an instinctive reiteration of forms ingrained profoundly within the collective architectural memory? Perhaps the demarcation between deliberate inspiration and subconscious inheritance is more permeable than we commonly perceive. There exists a compelling theory suggesting that light itself was purposefully selected by the Templar order as an instrument of clandestine communication due to its dual nature. It is both ubiquitous yet ephemeral. Messages indelibly imprinted upon masonry, though permanent, possess an immutable yet static quality. Conversely, communiques conveyed through light are dynamic, perpetually metamorphosing across temporal and spatial dimensions, disclosing verities solely when the beholder possesses the acumen to discern the precise moment and location for their apprehension. Such a language demands perseverance, keen scrutiny, and potentially an inherent receptiveness to perceive the imperceptible. Upon your subsequent entry into a hallowed chapel, or when you direct your gaze skyward within an illuminated hall, take a moment to perceive the specific manner in which illumination descends. Seek out concealed configurations. Observe the cadence of glass divisions, the balance that appears too meticulous for mere fortuity. You may in fact be perceiving beyond superficial allure. You might be witnessing a subtle intimation from antiquity, a hushed dialogue spanning epochs, a profound mystery safeguarded within vitreous material. For the Templars, these windows were demonstrably more than mere embellishments. They functioned as vigilant custodians. They were the sentinels of intelligence deemed too perilous for verbal articulation, too prescribed for textual inscription within a book, yet possessing the remarkable capacity for enduring through ages, provided their installation was executed with precision and deliberation. And indeed, they persevered against all odds. Today, these vitreous murmurs persist in the contemporary era, found within grand ecclesiastical edifices, stately residences, and even official governmental structures. They extend their subtle invitation to those capable of their decipherment, directing visual perception and cognitive processes along trajectories that are but incompletely disclosed. They serve as a poignant testament to the fact that certain clandestine truths require no linguistic expression for their perpetuation. They necessitate merely illumination and an individual prepared to apprehend its nuanced communication. We frequently traverse our surroundings without conscious consideration, our souls treading upon flagstone, ceramic, or solidified aggregate, often as if the foundation below our passage functions simply as an unadorned platform. Yet, for the Templars, the ground plane possessed an eloquence comparable to the vertical enclosures surmounting it. Beneath our very steps, multitudinous strata of significance might be embedded, patiently anticipating discovery by visually attuned observers. Consider labyrinths, for instance, which were assuredly more than mere ornamental embellishments. In numerous Templar sites, including the prominent commanderies of France, serpentine routes were meticulously inscribed upon the masonry surfaces beneath foot, directing devotees along circumambulations that appeared fortuitous, yet were, in fact, meticulously calibrated. Some of these elaborate labyrinths are believed to reflect the existential voyage of human existence itself, mapping the transition from initial ingress to ultimate core, from nascent unawareness to profound enlightenment. Others, conversely, may have functioned as cryptographic cartographies, indicating the precise location of hallowed artifacts, sanctified precincts, or clandestine compartments concealed beneath the sacred edifice. Compass roses, similarly inscribed upon paving stones, communicate a comparable lexicon. These intricate designs, featuring 4, 8, or 12 points, correspond precisely with cosmic orientations, seasonal turning points, such as solstices, and the predictable trajectories of planets. Devotees and monastic brethren could, perhaps, unconsciously adhere to their guidance, delineating a trajectory determined not by terrestrial cartography, but by the celestial sphere itself. This prompts a compelling query. Could these intricate floor designs represent the initial manifestations of a Templar cartography rendered in lithic form? Or might they, perhaps, signify a sophisticated technique for integrating hallowed structure into the fundamental human action of perambulation? Even the selected construction elements convey intrinsic significance. Somber and luminous lithic materials, configured into precise geometric arrangements, are frequently encountered in Templar commanderies and chapels. While some argue this was simply for visual appeal, when inspected from an elevated perspective, these ground surfaces coalesce into discernible patterns, stars, crosses, circles, and even helical forms that distinctly reflect configurations observed in fenestrations, arcuated structures, and vertical enclosures. It is as if the floor culminates a mute orchestral composition, where every stratum of the edifice reverberates with its counterparts in concealed consonance. When the ecclesiastical institution moved to dismantle the Templar order in the early 1300s, codices were incinerated, valuable possessions expropriated, and reputations anathematized. Yet the ground surfaces persisted. They were impervious to extraction or demolition without simultaneously compromising the integrity of the entire structure itself. It is plausible that the Templars apprehended that these spatially encoded communiques possessed greater longevity than calligraphic script or vellum sheets, thus capable of weathering successive epochs of societal upheaval. Furthermore, some labyrinths transcend simple ornamentation to embrace functional clandestinity. Covert access points, subterranean storage areas, and concealed subterranean routes were frequently incorporated within these schematics, their existence obfuscated by elaborate ground-level configurations. Scarcely any perambulating individuals would have apprehended that below every calibrated stride resided clandestine passageways, potentially guiding toward hallowed artifacts, significant parchments, or valuable holdings the fraternity endeavored to safeguard. The allegorical character of the ground surfaces might have fulfilled an additional function, that of contemplative practice. While traversing a convoluted path, delineating cardinal directions, or pacing over an intricately designed surface, a monastic adherent or chivalric warrior could achieve an altered state of consciousness akin to a trance. The cadence of perambulation synchronized with hallowed spatial arrangements could sharpen cognitive faculties, align spiritual essence, and ready the personage for rituals or epiphanies deemed too hazardous for those lacking proper initiation. Even in later eras, distinct reverberations of these customs endured. Palatial residences of the Renaissance, ecclesiastical structures of the Baroque period, and indeed certain public edifices integrated ground-level designs that echoed archaic iconography. Geometric arrangements such as circumscribed quadrilaterals, helical forms, and crisscrossing linear elements intimate an unbroken intellectual lineage, suggesting the craftsmanship of constructors whose expertise stemmed from lineages originating with the Templars themselves. And so we discover ourselves traversing concealed wisdom in a remarkably literal fashion. Contemporary wayfarers, academic learners, and professional employees might step upon paving units that replicate designs established 700 years prior. They may proceed without conscious consideration, but the spatial configuration beneath their feet perpetually reverberates, serving as an unseen mentor for those who perceive, a silent link spanning epochs. Could it be that the Templars, cognizant of the impending dissolution of their fraternity, bequeathed a cartographic representation within their ground surfaces? A chart delineating not merely geographical positions, but also the essence of wisdom itself, imprinted within the precise trajectories their progeny would traverse. Perhaps the passage was perpetually intended to be undertaken with measured pace, one intentional stride at a time, with the enigma disclosed solely to individuals possessing sufficient forbearance to witness its gradual manifestation directly underfoot. Upon your subsequent downward gaze toward an ornamented paving unit, a marquetry of polished stone, or a convoluted pedestrian route, halt. Follow its contours with your vision, perhaps akin to the ancient wayfarers. You are pursuing something beyond a mere route. You are delineating the clandestine spatial arrangements of a concealed fraternity, a conception intended to persist through immolation, subjugation, and the relentless march of time. The ground plane supporting our weight is not mute. It retains memory. It murmurs. And to those who attend, it might unveil arcana predating the very lithic elements comprising it. Each significant narrative of covert operations invariably culminates in a juncture where dominant authorities exert their formidable influence. For the Knights Templar, this decisive blow was delivered with the immense authority of the ecclesiastical institution itself. At the dawn of the 14th century, Pontiff Clement V, subjected to extraordinary governmental coercion, promulgated edicts designed to expunge the Templar order from the historical record. Their fraternity was dismantled, its principal figures apprehended, subjected to torment, and ultimately put to death. Fortifications were commandeered, valuable possessions expropriated, and written works annihilated. Yet, the masonry remained impervious to conflagration. The vertical enclosures persisted. The sculpted embellishments, curvilinear structural elements, ground-level designs, and vitreous art all withstood the forceful imposition of power. And through their persistence, they transcended mere architectural structures. They became mute observers, safeguarding wisdom that the ecclesiastical institution proved incapable of expunging. Envision the passageways of a Templar headquarters amidst the period of suppression. Chivalric warriors and ecclesiastical functionaries hastened to secrete away hallowed artifacts, written documents, and venerated items. Certain circulating accounts intimate that the spatial schemata were intentionally preserved in situ, conceived to withstand the ravages of time even if all other indicators of the fraternity were obliterated. It is plausible that the Templars apprehended that structural design possessed a greater capacity to survive suppression in a manner that written records inherently lacked. The pontifical instrument of suppression bore both a tangible and an allegorical significance. It endeavored to annihilate a formidable and clandestine brotherhood, but its inherent impetus inadvertently dispersed vestiges of wisdom more widely, akin to embers propelled across the European continent. Artisans and stonecutters, some apprehended, others dislocated, conveyed remnants of this concealed comprehension into novel constructions. Grand ecclesiastical structures ascended, royal residences augmented, and urban plazas were delineated, each subtly reverberating with the Templars' esoteric numerical principles. This period also signifies a profound metamorphosis. Elements formerly overtly associated with the Templar order, their headquarters, their emblematic devices, their vexillums, were compelled to adopt a clandestine nature. Spatial configurations evolved into a communicative lexicon. Designs and recurring themes were integrated with discretion, frequently camouflaged as decorative embellishments or appropriated from Greco-Roman and Islamic artistic traditions. Consequently, The profound concepts conceived by the Knights Templar soared beyond the confines of their abrupt demise, integrating themselves into an enduring clandestine tradition destined to shape the work of master craftsmen and architects for countless generations to come. The relentless force of their eradication, wielded like a formidable hammer, proved utterly incapable of obliterating the intricate symbols meticulously etched into solid stone or exquisitely rendered in vibrant stained glass. A magnificent rose window, an enduring emblem of divine beauty, steadfastly persisted. A graceful arch, spanning centuries, defiantly stood its ground. A complex labyrinth, a puzzle for the ages, continued its silent existence. Even the subterranean passages, artfully concealed beneath subsequently erected floors, remarkably preserved their arcane and precise alignments. While the ecclesiastical authority possessed the formidable power to issue stern edicts, to incinerate incriminating documents, and to pursue and punish numerous individuals, it utterly lacked the capacity to command or extinguish the indelible collective memory intrinsically woven into the very fabric of architectural creations. It is entirely plausible that this very outcome represented the original, profound intention of the Templars themselves. Their influence and might were not exclusively rooted in their formidable military legions or their vast accumulated wealth, but rather in a corpus of esoteric wisdom deemed far too perilous to be openly articulated or publicly disseminated. Should such profound understanding find a way to persist, silently enshrined within the enduring permanence of stone, transmitted without utterance to an exclusive cadre capable of deciphering its hidden meaning, then it was destined to withstand the most severe papal pronouncements, to outlast tumultuous centuries of societal upheaval, and indeed, to survive the eventual collapse of entire sovereign realms. Lingering murmurs emanating from this pivotal historical epoch intimate that a contingent of Templars sought refuge in distant exile, venturing systematically towards the northern and western reaches of the continent. They carried with them not merely tangible possessions that could be transported, but also an invaluable intellectual heritage capable of being subtly conveyed through the intricate disciplines of their craft. Young apprentices, skilled masons, experienced journeymen, and burgeoning builders meticulously assimilated the profound tenets of sacred geometry, the nuanced intricacies of subtle symbolic codes, and the precise principles of purposeful alignment. Via these vital human conduits, the Templars' veiled language of design effortlessly traversed the barriers of temporal progression and geographical distance, patiently awaiting the advent of new artisan hands eager to imbue it with tangible form. The relentless papal decree of suppression, though undeniably catastrophic in its immediate impact, inadvertently and paradoxically guaranteed the enduring survival of the Templar Code. In its aggressive endeavor to utterly annihilate the order, the ecclesiastical authority unwittingly compelled its esoteric knowledge to retreat into clandestine domains, manifesting within enduring symbols and resilient architectural structures that proved impervious to complete eradication. This very act of severe repression, therefore, cultivated an extraordinary and unexpected resilience. Consequently, in the contemporary era, when discerning observers meticulously scrutinize the magnificent medieval cathedrals, the opulent palatial residences, or even the functional designs of modern civic edifices, they are, in essence, encountering the nuanced and subtle echoes of a profound resistance, meticulously preserved within intricate forms and precise ratios, rather than explicitly articulated in written texts or recorded testimonies. Conceivably, this constitutes the most profound and enduring philosophical insight bequeathed by the Templars. Earthly power, in its relentless pursuit, may strenuously endeavor to impose silence, to completely obliterate, and to utterly dominate. Nevertheless, meticulously selected and artfully positioned symbols possess an inherent capacity to persist through time. They serve as silent conduits, conveying potent messages that transcend the brutality of persecution, transmitting subtle whispers that defy the severity of judgment, and safeguarding profound secrets capable of surviving the passage of numerous centuries, provided they are sufficiently well concealed. When individuals traverse the elegant spans beneath soaring arches, direct their gaze through the intricate designs of resplendent rose windows, or carefully trace the meandering patterns of labyrinthine floors, they are, in essence, profoundly engaging with a narrative of history that steadfastly defied the destructive force of suppression. They find themselves ambulating amidst the tangible remnants of an elaborate code, meticulously preserved not within secure vaults or fragile manuscripts, but rather within the eloquent, silent architecture of an order long believed to be extinct. The formidable papal hammer did indeed descend with devastating force, yet it proved utterly incapable of shattering every single element. And in precisely what it failed to obliterate, it inadvertently forged an enduring mystery, one that persistently unravels and reveals itself both beneath our very feet and majestically above our heads, inviting continuous contemplation. As the resonant echoes of the Templars continued to reverberate forward through the annals of time, even following the official disbandment of their formidable order and the tragic execution of its prominent leaders, it became evident that not every facet of their profound knowledge had been irrevocably lost. A determined contingent of members successfully fled, carrying with them precisely what could not be annihilated: indelible memories, sophisticated construction techniques, and the intricate, silent language of geometry, meticulously encoded within the very edifices they had so masterfully erected. These resilient survivors transformed into spectral presences within their own native lands, moving with an almost imperceptible anonymity, yet each bearing a profound and sacred intellectual burden that no subsequent papal decree could ever hope to extinguish. The foundational concept that profound knowledge can reside and flourish within the intricate tapestry of human memory is an ancient tenet, and the Templars, it appears, possessed a remarkably astute comprehension of this principle. They diligently educated their apprentices, nascent stonemasons, and eager novices, instructing them not merely in the pragmatic and technical aspects of construction, but also deeply immersing them in the complex symbolism and precise mathematical ratios that fundamentally characterized their distinctive architectural style. Consequently, every single stone meticulously positioned, every graceful arch painstakingly fashioned, and every floor artfully patterned represented a profound pedagogical lesson, patiently awaiting its transmission to the subsequent generation. Even as the tumultuous world surrounding them relentlessly endeavored to expunge their very existence, the intrinsic essence of their sophisticated craft steadfastly endured, quietly imparted through hushed tones from an experienced instructor to an attentive pupil. A significant number of these resourceful survivors opted not to remain sequestered within traditional religious orders. Instead, many transitioned into the demanding profession of secular builders, venturing extensively across various towns and bustling cities. There, they discreetly offered their highly specialized skills, all the while meticulously cloaking their true origins and past affiliations. With remarkable subtlety, they intricately embedded the distinctive Templar geometry into a wide array of civic buildings, into robust bridges spanning waterways, into opulent palaces designed for nobility, and indeed, into numerous other monumental structures destined to endure far longer than the reigns of ephemeral kings or the lifespans of transient political regimes. This profound and specialized knowledge, encompassing the precise principles of sacred proportions, the intricate understanding of celestial alignments, and the detection of elusive, hidden patterns, ingeniously permeated the very structural fabric of burgeoning urban life. It frequently manifested itself, cleverly disguised, as mere architectural ornamentation, routinely overlooked by the unsuspecting and the uninitiated, yet simultaneously remaining perfectly lucid and fully comprehensible to that select few who had been meticulously trained to perceive its deeper significance. To illustrate this concept, one might contemplate the design of a typical medieval guild hall. Its robust stone walls are frequently adorned with an array of intricate carvings depicting elegant roses, mesmerizing spirals, and radiant stars. For the casual passerby or the untrained eye, these embellishments appear to be nothing more than conventional aesthetic preferences, chosen solely for their decorative appeal. However, for those individuals who had been formally initiated into the esoteric understanding, each specific motif carried a profound and multi-layered message, perhaps a veiled allusion to a significant Templar location, a subtle mnemonic reminder of an essential principle of sacred proportion, or even a nuanced moral instruction intricately encoded within the language of geometry itself. It was through these remarkably subtle and covert channels that the resilient survivors meticulously ensured that the profound Templar legacy would not irrevocably disappear. Some historical whispers suggest that these Templar remnants coalesced into informal, clandestine networks, secret communities composed of master builders and skilled craftsmen, who steadfastly continued their specialized work in an atmosphere of profound discretion. These dedicated individuals reportedly convened in unassuming taverns, bustling workshops, or secluded private chambers, where they exchanged intricate diagrams and complex patterns, often communicated through a system of encoded symbols, diligently instructing new apprentices who, in turn, were destined to carry this precious knowledge forward into succeeding eras. Even in the conspicuous absence of a formally structured organization, the deeply ingrained ethos of secrecy steadfastly persisted and thrived, thereby establishing an unbroken chain of intellectual transmission. This clandestine lineage was destined to ripple outwards, exerting its subtle influence throughout the cultural blossoming of Renaissance Europe and extending its reach far into subsequent historical periods. This pervasive atmosphere of silence was entirely a deliberate strategy. Spoken words could be easily documented and subsequently incinerated. Prominent names could be publicly condemned and effectively erased from official records. Valuable books and manuscripts could be ruthlessly seized and destroyed. However, knowledge intricately embedded within the enduring permanence of stone, the organic warmth of wood, and the luminous transparency of glass, knowledge meticulously transmitted from one skilled hand to another, from an experienced master to an eager apprentice, possessed an intrinsically far greater resilience. It thus transformed into a subterranean hidden stream, quietly flowing beneath the visible surface of European architecture, largely unobserved by the majority, yet profoundly and continuously shaping the creative endeavors of successive generations of artisans and builders. Through this remarkable and understated method of survival, the intricate Templar code steadfastly continued to exert its profound influence upon design principles in manners that, while subtle in their manifestation, were nonetheless unmistakable in their presence. The harmonious proportions governing the expansive nave of a grand cathedral, the precise spatial alignment of an elegant palace courtyard, or the deliberate placement of an imposing civic monument. Each of these elements potentially bears the indelible imprint of these carefully guarded secret lessons. While a contingent of academic scholars posits that this observed continuity is merely a product of fortuitous coincidence, the remarkable precision and unwavering consistency evident in the recurring architectural forms strongly intimate a deeper, underlying intention, a deliberate and concerted effort to meticulously preserve an enduring, sophisticated language composed of intricate geometry and profound symbolism. The inherent elegance and profound efficacy of this method reside precisely in its remarkable invisibility. There existed no grand, meticulously kept records, no resounding public declarations, and no overtly heralded lineage. Instead, there was merely a tranquil, unbroken chain of invaluable knowledge, meticulously safeguarded within the cognitive faculties and skilled hands of those discerning individuals who truly understood its inherent worth. The Templars, through their astute strategy of silent survival, effectively guaranteed that the fundamental essence of their order, comprising its arcane knowledge, its profound sacred geometry, and its cryptic secret language, would steadfastly persist, even amidst an era unequivocally determined to consign them to oblivion. As we perambulate through the intricate networks of bustling cities, as we reverently step into the hallowed interiors of magnificent cathedrals, or as we simply tread upon elaborately patterned floors, we are, in a profound sense, navigating through spaces that have been meticulously shaped by this quiet, enduring transmission of knowledge. The intricate designs that immediately capture our visual attention were painstakingly positioned by those resilient individuals who successfully endured the formidable hammer of suppression, whose skilled hands diligently preserved that which could not be annihilated, and whose vivid memories faithfully carried the subtle whispers of an ancient order long mistakenly presumed to be utterly vanquished. It is perhaps for this compelling reason that the profound narratives of the past consistently continue to articulate themselves through the eloquent medium of architecture. The Templars, as a formal entity, may indeed have officially vanished in name and title, yet their sophisticated methodologies, their intricate codes, and their closely guarded secrets steadfastly endured, existing silently within the evocative shadows cast by monumental stone, the precise delineations of geometric forms, and the majestic arches that gracefully frame our visual perspective. Through this remarkably quiet and persistent survival, they accomplished something truly extraordinary, a unique form of immortality, attained not through the ephemeral pursuits of fame or the accumulation of vast material wealth, but rather through the resilient and enduring language of meticulously concealed design. A considerable span of time after the venerable Templar order had been definitively expunged from the official chronicles maintained by powerful kings and influential popes, their profound and specialized knowledge ingeniously discovered a secure sanctuary within the adept hands of Europe's highly skilled craftsmen, specifically the renowned and influential guilds that permeated the continent. These established guilds represented far more than mere professional associations dedicated to specific trades. They functioned as vigilant custodians of intricate craft methodologies, cherished traditions, and, for a select few, as discreet repositories of profound secrecy. Within the hallowed confines of their guild halls, subtle, hushed lessons were faithfully transmitted from an experienced master to an eager apprentice, frequently encoded within complex patterns of geometry, precise principles of proportion, and distinctive design elements that distinctly resonated with the enduring legacy of the Templars. The guilds of stonemasons, in particular, emerged as crucial and highly effective conduits for the transmission of this clandestine knowledge. Their dedicated lodges served as veritable sanctuaries of exceptional skill and profound understanding, environments where young apprentices were meticulously trained not solely in the practical art of erecting sturdy walls, but also in the more nuanced ability to discern the subtle, symbolic language intrinsically embedded within those very structures. Patterns that appeared to be purely decorative to the uninitiated observer, such as intricate stars, mesmerizing spirals, delicate rose motifs, and precise compass forms, were, in actuality, integral components of an unspoken, silent curriculum. Through diligent repetition, scrupulous measurement, and extensive hands-on practical application, the profound secrets bequeathed by the Templars steadfastly endured and propagated. Furthermore, these influential guilds possessed a remarkable migratory characteristic. Experienced journeymen diligently carried their highly specialized skills from one bustling city to another, from the construction site of a grand cathedral to the intricate designs of an opulent palace, thereby actively ensuring the widespread diffusion of this quiet, esoteric wisdom across geographical and political borders. Historical accounts suggest that certain discerning guild members possessed the uncanny ability to recognize unmistakable remnants of Templar architecture, even in distant, unfamiliar towns, a recognition that empowered them to meticulously replicate sacred ratios and precise geometric alignments, whether manifest in the soaring pointed arch of a Gothic cathedral or the elegant spiral of a winding stairwell. Knowledge that had once been strictly confined to the formidable fortresses and commanderies of the Holy Land now permeated throughout the entirety of Europe in nuanced, yet profoundly enduring, architectural manifestations. Intriguingly, the pervasive culture of secrecy maintained within these guilds remarkably mirrored the precise methodologies employed by the Templars themselves. A multitude of significant symbols were never formally transcribed into written manuals or instructional texts. Instead, they were meticulously demonstrated, carefully traced, and painstakingly replicated under the vigilant and expert supervision of a master craftsman. Initiates acquired their profound understanding primarily through astute observation and consistent repetition, thereby internalizing lessons that proved virtually impossible to subsequently erase. In this highly effective manner, the guilds evolved into dynamic, living repositories of ancient wisdom, successfully extending the intricate Templar language of design far beyond its initial historical context, and integrating it seamlessly into the architectural marvels of Renaissance cathedrals, stately civic halls, and even the more intimate confines of private residences. A segment of historical scholars contends that this demonstrable continuity effectively elucidates why specific architectural patterns, such as the iconic rose windows, the intricate labyrinthine floors, and the precise compass motifs, persistently recur across numerous centuries. Conversely, other academics propose that these recurring motifs are merely reflections of universally shared aesthetic principles or common structural necessities. Nevertheless, the undeniable precision, the consistent recurrence, and the often intentional alignment of these designs with celestial phenomena or specific sacred measurements strongly suggest the existence of something far more profound, a distinct and unbroken lineage of specialized knowledge, carefully transmitted and vigilantly safeguarded by a succession of clandestine hands. Guilds served not only as professional associations, but also as vital bastions of safeguard and secrecy. During an epoch when any deviation from established religious or societal norms could invite severe retribution, the clandestine nature of their symbolic teachings became paramount for their very survival. Much like the legendary Knights Templar, who reputedly concealed profound messages within the very fabric of their edifices, embedding them in walls and floors, these guilds similarly preserved invaluable knowledge and intricate wisdom within their ceremonial practices, specialized tools, and meticulously crafted designs. Apprentices, having absorbed this esoteric learning, journeyed to burgeoning new urban centers, acting as crucial conduits of continuity, thereby integrating this veiled language into architectural marvels situated far beyond the original, now distant, Templar commanderies. Furthermore, hushed murmurs and persistent anecdotes even propose that members of these guilds maintained a profound, albeit unspoken, awareness of an expansive, invisible network connecting various significant sites. Specific symbols, precise geometrical configurations, and deliberate spatial alignments may have been intentionally placed as subtle markers, acting as silent signposts that indicated locations of profound spiritual importance, delineated traces of sacred mathematical ratios, or even denoted the presence of concealed repositories of ancient lore. While these assertions remain within the realm of conjecture, it is undeniably striking how certain distinctive motifs, once believed to be exclusive to Templar establishments, resurface with uncanny regularity in guild-commissioned structures many centuries subsequent to the Templars' official dissolution. Through this meticulous and guarded process of transmission, the discipline of architecture transcended its utilitarian purpose as mere construction. It was elevated to become a profound vessel, a silent, enduring library fashioned from shapes and ratios, uniquely capable of safeguarding profound wisdom across countless generations. The very buildings themselves thus became potent carriers of messages, embedded so deeply that they were rendered almost impervious to erasure or destruction. Guilds, with their unwavering commitment, ensured that these vital messages not only traveled across vast distances, but also survived the vicissitudes of time, and remarkably, at times even flourished openly, concealed in plain sight within the magnificent structures of Europe. Consequently, when one steps across the threshold of a grand cathedral, enters a venerable guild hall, or even strolls through the opulent chambers of a Renaissance palace, there is a distinct possibility of unknowingly traversing a design lineage stretching back many centuries. This intricate path resonates profoundly with the ancient Templar code. The skilled hands that painstakingly chiseled and shaped stone were, in essence, guided by the enduring lessons of a profoundly secretive order, a legacy painstakingly preserved through rigorous apprenticeships, the solemnity of guild rituals, and an unwavering, silent commitment to the principle of continuity. Within these clandestine guilds, the formidable legacy of the Templars did not simply vanish into oblivion. Instead, it ingeniously adapted, steadfastly endured, and discovered novel conduits through which to subtly impart its veiled truths. The remarkable survival of the Templar ethos through the intricate network of guilds serves as a powerful testament that knowledge, when meticulously safeguarded and diligently transmitted, possesses an inherent resilience that prevents its complete annihilation. Just as stone, glass, and wood can withstand the ravages of time, so too can the silent curriculum, the unspoken wisdom that is so carefully embedded within them. For those discerning individuals who possess the insight to perceive it, the magnificent edifices of Europe continue to communicate, echoing age-old secrets that have been meticulously kept alive by generations of hands devoted to their craft, their traditions, and the unbroken, profound language of hidden geometry. As the 12th and 13th centuries gracefully ceded their place to the zenith of Gothic architecture, the European landscape witnessed an astonishing proliferation of cathedrals, soaring skyward like majestic forests crafted from stone, their slender spires piercing the heavens with unparalleled ambition, their intricate ribbed vaults stretching to unprecedented heights. These colossal structures were far more than mere manifestations of fervent religious devotion or expressions of burgeoning civic pride. They embodied a deeper, concealed ambition, one subtly whispered by the enigmatic Templars and meticulously propagated by the guilds who had become the inheritors of their secret architectural language. Gothic design, at its very essence, places a profound emphasis on verticality. Every gracefully pointed arch, every ingeniously conceived flying buttress, every elegantly tapering spire meticulously draws the observer's gaze upward, as if striving to forge a tangible connection between the terrestrial realm and the celestial expanse. To the casual observer, this evokes a powerful sense of aesthetic beauty and profound awe. However, for those attuned to the intricate methodologies of the Templars, it represents a direct continuation of a sacred, encoded system. Here was geometry in dynamic motion, subtly guiding visual perception, artfully shaping human apprehension, and discreetly imparting profound knowledge. The cathedral itself, in this context, transforms into a venerable teacher. Its soaring vaults become a silent scripture, and its resplendent stained glass windows are transmuted into a vibrant library of luminous light. One need only contemplate the breathtakingly soaring nave of Chartres Cathedral or the ethereal spire of Amiens Cathedral to grasp this profound principle. Their meticulously calculated dimensions are astonishingly precise, often found to be aligned with significant celestial phenomena, such as solstices or specific lunar cycles. The dynamic rising lines and the intricate network of intersecting ribs are far from arbitrary design choices. They adhere rigorously to specific ratios and proportions that demonstrably echo patterns previously observed in Templar commanderies and even earlier Romanesque architectural designs. In this profound manner, Gothic cathedrals transcend their structural identity. They become the amplified, resonant voice of an ancient tradition that steadfastly endured the cataclysmic downfall of the Templars. Flying buttresses, frequently lauded purely for their remarkable engineering ingenuity and structural efficiency, also fulfill a crucial symbolic function. By ingeniously transferring the immense outward thrust of the vaults, they liberated the massive walls, allowing them to be intricately pierced with expansive, light-bearing windows. But could this innovative structural solution also subtly reflect a more profound, underlying principle? Perhaps it symbolized the outward expansion of carefully guarded, hidden knowledge, a silent acknowledgement that illumination, ultimate truth, and the principles of sacred geometry must ultimately permeate the wider world, all while remaining meticulously protected and contained within a robust, structural form. The magnificent rose window achieves its most sublime and complete expression in the grand Gothic cathedrals. Its captivating radial symmetry elegantly mirrors the concept of the circle inscribed within a square, a significant geometric motif previously discussed. Furthermore, its intricate tracery, sometimes precisely aligned to chart the apparent path of the sun across the sky, transcends mere decorative embellishment. It functions as a sophisticated teaching tool, a precise compass of proportion, and quite possibly a symbolic cartography of the celestial order. Indeed, every meticulously crafted window, every soaring vault, and every aspiring spire within these monumental structures whispers eloquently in the refined language of Templar geometry. Moreover, the very act of constructing these monumental cathedrals, an endeavor demanding many decades, and frequently even centuries, of dedicated labor, inadvertently facilitated the continuous and unbroken transmission of this specialized knowledge. Apprentices, having painstakingly acquired their skills and insights within the confines of one grand cathedral, subsequently carried their refined expertise to the next ambitious project. Master masons, in turn, painstakingly instilled precise ratios, critical alignments, and potent symbolic motifs into each successive architectural undertaking. This unbroken chain of continuity ensured that even as specific religious orders or dominant political powers inevitably rose and fell, the fundamental, underlying principles of this esoteric knowledge steadfastly endured. Gothic architecture, characterized by its distinctive soaring aesthetic, also disseminated its influence widely, extending from its origins in France to distant lands such as England, Germany, and far beyond. Wherever its profound influence reached, one can discern clear echoes of Templar design intricately embedded within the soaring stone, gracefully pointed arches that effortlessly lift the spirit, labyrinthine floor patterns meticulously designed to guide meditative contemplation, an intricate tracery that subtly encodes secrets discernible only to the most attentive and discerning observer. It is, in essence, a profound language written not through conventional words, but through the powerful articulation of form, the compelling rhythm of space, and the precise harmony of proportion. Even in contemporary times, the enduring reverberations of this ancient architectural wisdom persist. The profound influence of Gothic principles can be distinctly traced into numerous neo-Gothic churches, prestigious university campuses, and even significant governmental buildings constructed in later eras. Architects, working centuries after the original Gothic masterpieces, often without any direct or conscious awareness of the Templars' specific involvement, nonetheless replicate the precise ratios, distinctive motifs, and critical alignments that originally emerged from these medieval cathedrals. Is this merely a series of remarkable coincidences, or is it rather the undeniable resonance of an enduring, potent code that continues to subtly whisper its presence through the very substance of stone and glass? The phenomenon referred to as the Gothic ascent represents far more than a mere period of architectural innovation. It is, in essence, an inheritance steeped in secrecy, a powerful testament to the remarkable endurance of Templar principles, meticulously transmitted through generations of guilds and craftsmen. It serves as a compelling reminder that even when a powerful order is systematically dismantled and seemingly destroyed, its fundamental ideas and underlying philosophies possess an inherent capacity to survive, to adapt, and to continue ascending to new heights with each successive generation, ultimately reaching toward the heavens and indelibly imprinting their timeless wisdom upon the future cities of the world. In the profound and often awe-inspiring shadow cast by these magnificent cathedrals, the enduring presence of the Templars continues to linger. Not, however, as formidable knights wielding swords, but rather as silent architects of human perception, as profound teachers communicating through the eloquent language of architectural form, and as steadfast custodians of an invaluable knowledge that proved utterly impossible to extinguish. To gaze upon the elegant, aspiring silhouette of a Gothic spire is, in essence, to catch a fleeting glimpse of the enduring ascent of a hidden language, a language that may yet continue to guide those few individuals who possess the unique insight and understanding to truly decipher its ancient, stony whispers. As the continent of Europe gradually emerged from the profound and often shadowed arches of the Gothic age, a distinctly new aesthetic consciousness began to arise, ushering in the period known as the Renaissance, a glorious rebirth characterized by a fervent embrace of classical forms, a burgeoning of humanist thought, and a renewed vigor for scientific inquiry. Yet even beneath the elaborate flourish of classical columns and the serene symmetry of its architectural facades, subtle whispers of the ancient Templar code steadfastly endured. It had remarkably survived the brutal hammer of suppression, the profound silence of many centuries, and the meticulous, guarded secrecy maintained by countless guilds. Now, in this vibrant new era, it found a fresh and eloquent voice in the precise application of proportion, the innovative use of perspective, and the thoughtful elegance of design. Renaissance architects, in their pursuit of beauty and order, held a deep reverence for harmony. Their magnificent buildings were meticulously measured with an almost obsessive mathematical precision. Their grand facades were carefully aligned to perfectly engage the human eye, and their intricate interiors were thoughtfully arranged to achieve a perfect balance between functional utility and aesthetic form. However, many of these precise measurements, such as the harmonious ratios derived from squares and circles, the strategic placement of sweeping stairways and serene courtyards, and even the deliberate orientation of meticulously planned gardens, distinctly echoed patterns that had been first observed and applied in the ancient Templar commanderies. Could such recurring congruities be merely a series of remarkable coincidences? Or did they subtly betray the quiet, persistent influence of a body of knowledge that had once been strictly forbidden and systematically suppressed? Consider, for instance, the iconic Palladian villas scattered across the picturesque landscape of northern Italy. Their striking symmetry is immediately captivating, their windows and porticos meticulously proportioned with an almost divine precision. Yet certain recurring motifs, such as the symbolic circles elegantly inscribed within squares, or the prominent central domes gracefully surrounded by perfectly square courtyards, mirror design elements that had conspicuously appeared in medieval chapels long before the advent of the Renaissance. It is as if the profound Templar teachings, carefully transmitted and nurtured through generations of masons and guilds, had imperceptibly seeped into the collective consciousness of an entire architectural era, subtly influencing the very placement of stone and the nuanced interplay of light in ways that remained largely invisible to the majority of contemporary observers. Even the sophisticated urban planning of many Renaissance cities suggests an underlying, hidden continuity with these ancient principles. Grand piazzas meticulously aligned along precise axes, elegant streets radiating outwards in harmonious, geometrically pleasing patterns, and majestic fountains strategically placed at geometrically significant points within the urban fabric, all hint at the operation of a broader, more systematic architectural philosophy. While some historians tend to dismiss these features as purely aesthetic considerations or pragmatic solutions to urban challenges, when these elements are viewed in conjunction with recurring symbolic motifs, such as spirals, intricately carved roses, and compass-like arrangements, it becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss the palpable presence of a subtler, more profound force at play. The deliberate incorporation of sacred geometry into Renaissance design served both a profound spiritual purpose and a rigorous intellectual one. Influential architects of the era, such as Leon Battista Alberti and Andrea Palladio, painstakingly codified precise ratios of beauty and proportion, thereby echoing fundamental principles that may well have been meticulously preserved from the ancient Templar tradition. Squares, circles, and triangles were not merely regarded as abstract forms. They were understood to be sophisticated tools of knowledge, carefully designed to guide human perception, and perhaps to subtly encode profound secrets intended solely for those individuals attuned to the nuanced language of architecture. Renaissance patrons themselves may also have possessed a discrete awareness of this inherited wisdom. Affluent families, eager to conspicuously display both their refined culture and their considerable power, frequently commissioned architectural works that reflected not only the celebrated ideals of classical antiquity, but also the subtle, enduring wisdom of the past. Concealed within the impressive grandeur of their facades and nestled within the privacy of their meticulously designed gardens, one can discern intricate patterns of alignment, scale, and proportion that distinctly echo Templar teachings, strongly suggesting that these fundamental principles had successfully transcended the boundaries of both specific orders and distinct historical eras. Visual embellishments within architectural spaces frequently conveyed encrypted communications. Elaborate frescoes and expansive murals, for instance, were sometimes meticulously positioned to harmonize with existing windows, grand arches, and soaring domes, thereby generating intricate layers of meaning. These profound significations became comprehensively discernible only when contemplated in precise combination with the edifice's overarching geometric design. A single beam of light, meticulously channeled through a strategically placed window, might illuminate a particular tile or surface, momentarily unveiling an obscured configuration that remained imperceptible under different conditions. This phenomenon serves as a compelling reminder that the discipline of architecture far transcends mere structural utility. It fundamentally embodies rich narratives, sacred rituals, and profound collective memories. Throughout the vibrant epoch of the Renaissance, the enigmatic Templar code steadfastly endured, cleverly veiled, yet undeniably discernible to the meticulous observer. This clandestine knowledge migrated subtly, disseminated through the structured systems of apprenticeships, the organized networks of guilds, and the tacit transmission of structural archetypes, thereby withstanding epochs of profound societal and artistic metamorphosis. Consequently, the architectural and artistic designs characteristic of this era represent far more than mere masterpieces of beauty. They stand as potent reverberations of an arcane ancestry, an unspoken intergenerational dialogue unfolding across time between an ancient, secretive order and the master architects who, perhaps unknowingly, perpetuated its foundational principles. Thus, whether one contemplates the serene courtyard of a magnificent Renaissance villa, or gazes upward at the soaring, majestic dome of a prominent city hall, one may serendipitously encounter the indelible imprints of a dissolved ancient fraternity. Distinctive geometric patterns, such as concentric geometries of circumscribed quadrilaterals, exquisite helical patterns sculpted into luxurious marble, and meticulously crafted proportional arrangements, subtly allude to an unbroken lineage that few possess the insight or knowledge to track. Yet its profound resonance is universally palpable. The profound influence exerted by the Templars had not, in fact, vanished entirely. It had simply mastered the art of conspicuous concealment, seamlessly integrated into the foundational tapestry of this era's vibrant rebirth and relentless innovation. Perhaps this profound adaptability represents the quintessence of its enduring longevity. Knowledge, meticulously encrypted within architectural forms, possessed the remarkable capacity to remanifest itself freshly across successive historical epochs, proving itself remarkably adaptable and robust. This inherent resilience allowed it to continue imbuing with inspiration and furnishing subtle direction even to those who remained entirely unaware of its ancient origins. And so, as astute observers endeavor to decipher the subtle vestiges of the Templar Code, a unifying conduit begins to emerge, linking the formidable medieval fortresses, the sublime Gothic cathedrals, and the opulent Renaissance palaces. This constitutes a subterranean architectural lexicon that steadfastly persists, poised for discovery by those possessing sufficient discernment and contemplative patience to truly notice its presence. Throughout the annals of human civilization, architecture has consistently far exceeded the utilitarian functions of simple shelter or ornamental embellishment. Rather, it has served as a profound declaration of dominion and a powerful instrument of governance. Monarchs, pontiffs, and civic administrations have long grasped the intrinsic capacity of monumental edifices to radiate authority, mold public perception, and artfully direct societal conduct. Yet, paradoxically, even within these magnificent manifestations of sovereign might, the subtle reverberations of the Templars, esoteric principles discreetly endure, intricately woven into the very fabric of environments meticulously crafted to awe, to instill deference, or to elevate the human spirit. Within the flourishing landscape of Renaissance Europe, public plazas and administrative edifices frequently integrated spatial configurations strongly evocative of the layouts found in Templar commanderies. The prevalence of symmetrical circular agoras circumscribed by rectilinear thoroughfares, the purposeful design of diverging thoroughfares converging upon central, imposing monuments, and the precise orientation of aquatic installations to the primary compass directions, all conspicuously suggest an intentional disposition of emblematic forms designed to articulate principles of systematic organization and authoritative governance. This striking parallelism compels one to ponder, could such recurring patterns merely be happenstance, or do they betray the unseen influence of an ancient wisdom bequeathed from generations of Templar-influenced masons? A number of astute historians postulate that many master builders of the era, having been rigorously apprenticed within fraternal organizations that conspicuously preserved and transmitted Templar doctrines, consciously and deliberately implemented these foundational tenets. Their objective was twofold: to fortify both the overarching visual coherence and aesthetic harmony of their creations, and simultaneously, to underscore and reinforce the inherent authority projected by these significant structures. Within these meticulously crafted spaces, the formidable forces of religious and political power frequently converged profoundly. Grand cathedrals often ascended majestically in close proximity to opulent palaces, their intrinsic dimensional relationships subtly mirroring each other in a testament to intertwined authority. Expansive courtyards and serene cloisters were meticulously conceived not solely for their inherent aesthetic appeal, but intrinsically for the strategic management of pedestrian flow and the subtle manipulation of sensory apprehension. The intricate patterns embedded within the very floors, the imposing walls, and the verdant gardens meticulously prescribed specific visual trajectories and ceremonial movements, thereby orchestrating profound experiences capable of molding the cognitive processes and affective responses of those who traversed them. In this sophisticated interplay, the architectural vernacular transformed, in essence, into a potent instrument of subtle influence, a tacit pedagogy of dominion. Within these significant confluence points of governance, distinctive Templar iconography conspicuously persevered. Intriguing helical forms and intricate rosiform emblems, for example, manifested not merely within sacred chapels, but also prominently throughout various civic structures. Furthermore, cruciform geometries intricately integrated into master plans frequently dictated the precise orientation of urban thoroughfares and expansive public squares. Similarly, specific compass points were often utilized to inherently orient the visual focus towards central, monumental constructions. These pervasive patterns, originally conceived for esoteric spiritual rites and clandestine objectives, were ingeniously repurposed to unequivocally project municipal and governmental supremacy. Architectural design thus functioned dually as an encoded lexicon and a practical apparatus, carrying esoteric significations readily apparent to the initiated few, while simultaneously providing subliminal guidance for the broader populace. Let us consider, for instance, the magnificent city of Florence, a veritable jewel of the Renaissance. Its majestic palaces, expansive plazas, and revered churches frequently incorporate esoteric proportional relationships that conspicuously embody both rigorous mathematical exactitude and profound symbolic purpose. One might observe a perfectly circular court, embraced by a rectilinear perimeter, or a gracefully ascending helical staircase, discreetly harmonizing with an overhead sacred space, or even an architectural frontage meticulously scaled according to astronomical inclinations. Each deliberate design choice invariably underscores an imperceptible hierarchical structure, signifying a profound harmonization of earthly dominion with universal cosmology. The intriguing question arises: could these visionary architects have been fully cognizant that they were, in essence, reverberating a venerable Templar methodological framework, established centuries prior? It is certainly a plausible consideration. Alternatively, it is equally conceivable that they had unconsciously assimilated an archetypal schema, a repertoire of structural configurations and symbolic arrangements, diligently transmitted through generations of fraternal organizations, deeply steeped in clandestine practices and guarded knowledge. Even within ostensibly profane environments, subtle reverberations of this ancient knowledge continue to resonate. Arched Renaissance bridges, scholarly libraries, and dignified municipal town halls conspicuously mirror the identical foundational geometry, cleverly concealed within intricate ornamental motifs and precise structural convergences. These are edifices meticulously constructed for perpetual longevity, and within their enduring frameworks, the pedagogical insights of the Templars unobtrusively persist. Their intrinsic shapes communicate profound truths to those endowed with perceptive faculties, serving as a potent reminder that authority is not exclusively wielded through overt coercion or legislative mandate, but equally through the nuanced manipulation of spatial dynamics, ambient illumination, and harmonious proportionality. The nexus points of dominion, therefore, far transcend simple geographical coordinates on a map. They represent complex convergences of sovereign power, esoteric wisdom, and human apprehension. The intricate Templar cryptographic system, once meticulously hidden within the austere confines of fortresses and sacred chapels, experienced a profound revitalization within these burgeoning civic contexts. This allowed its pervasive impact to transcend the sacred domain and permeate the profane sphere. Their precise geometries, their hallowed proportional relationships, and their emblematic configurations thus evolved into versatile instruments, capable of molding both the individual psyche and the collective societal structure, conspicuously discernible yet subtly evasive, tangibly present yet inherently ethereal. And so, when an individual stands immersed in the grandeur of a Renaissance square, contemplating the ascending facade of an opulent palace or a venerable cathedral, they may instinctively perceive a profound impression of cosmic order that far surpasses mere aesthetic or functional planning. The pervasive impact of an arcane ancestral line, one firmly anchored in the venerable Templar heritage, continues to subtly direct the visual perception, orchestrate physical locomotion, and stimulate the very faculty of imagination. In these hallowed spaces, dominion, structural artistry, and esoteric wisdom coalesce, thereby creating an enduring intergenerational discourse spanning millennia, connecting the master builders of antiquity with the discerning observers of the contemporary era. Perhaps this, then, constitutes the Templars' most profound and lasting legacy. It is a legacy not primarily defined by their military campaigns or their accumulated material riches, but rather by the unparalleled manner in which their profound comprehension of spatial arrangements, geometric principles, and symbolic representations persists in molding human apprehension, gently directing the consciousness of those who traverse the environments imbued with their perennial cryptographic system. Remarkably few geometric configurations possess such subtle, pervasive potency as the spiral. Manifesting ubiquitously, from the modest involution of a mollusk's shell to the immense helical expanse of distant galaxies, the spiral form is simultaneously intrinsically organic and profoundly esoteric, resonating with the fundamental cadences of organic development, vital existence, and perpetual kinetic energy. The Templars, with their acute discernment, unequivocally grasped its profound emblematic import. Meticulously integrating helical patterns into their flooring, ascending stairways, and various decorative designs, thereby establishing a nuanced lexicon signifying metamorphosis and spatial orientation. Within the fortified precincts of Templar commanderies, spiral staircases were frequently and strategically ensconced within concealed recesses, meticulously designed to connect various floors in ways that subtly directed both corporeal locomotion and cognitive perception. To the uninformed observer, these elegantly coiling stairwells appeared pragmatically efficient, serving merely to optimize spatial utilization and facilitate upward transit. However, for those rigorously trained in the Templars' esoteric geometry, their function transcended mere utility. They represented a symbolic pilgrimage from the quotidian to the hallowed, an arduous vertical trajectory that symbolically reflected profound spiritual advancement. Each successive turn of the spiral imperceptibly reorients the ascending individual, harmonizing each tread with hallowed proportional relationships, and on occasion, even indicating the presence of clandestine chambers or revered artifacts. Beyond staircases, helical patterns were also conspicuously integrated into intricate mosaic floors, elaborate lithic sculptures, and delicate fenestration tracery. Their pervasive recurrence across numerous Templar locations strongly intimates deliberate purpose rather than capricious artistic inclination. Certain historians contend that spirals inherently emblematize the cyclical nature of temporal existence, the philosophical concept of the eternal recurrence, or the profound interconnectedness between the minute microcosm and the expansive macrocosm. Within specific Templar contexts, these conventional meanings could be further imbued with supplementary layers of clandestinity, concealed directives, esoteric pathways of initiation, or encrypted directives specifically intended for devout adherents, possessing the requisite hermeneutic acumen to decipher the intricate form. The pervasive impact of these helical motifs, however, transcended the confines of the medieval epoch. Indeed, within opulent Renaissance palaces, dramatic Baroque staircases, and even contemporary municipal edifices, the spiral form invariably showcases its enduring presence. Master architects, whether by conscious design or through the assimilation of received archetypal schemas from their respective craft guilds, consistently continued to incorporate this potent form. Spirals intrinsically function to direct visual perception, evoke dynamic motion, and intimate and unbroken progression, thereby creating a nuanced sense of inherent order and profound connectivity that palpably resonates with an antiquity far predating the edifice itself. A number of discerning scholars have observed that the spiral possesses the inherent capacity to function as a powerful cognitive aid for recollection. The act of physically traversing its curvilinear trajectory, or visually following its intricate contours with the eye, or indeed corporeally harmonizing one's body with its rotational dynamics, invariably strengthens mnemonic retention, embeds principles of proportionality, and solidifies geometric comprehension. This raises a compelling question. Could the Templars have deliberately employed spirals as a sophisticated pedagogical instrument, meticulously encoding precepts of rhythmic harmony, spatial alignment, and visual perspective within their very form? Perhaps each successive upward movement, each deliberate circular traversal, constituted both a corporeal exertion and a cerebral engagement, serving as a silent instruction in esoteric mathematical principles. Even in the contemporary era, we routinely encounter spirals within environments not overtly associated with the Templar heritage. For instance, the imposing helical stairwells adorning venerable city halls, esteemed museums, or prestigious universities. While their immediate genesis might appear to be solely utilitarian or aesthetically ornamental, the persistent reappearance of proportionally consistent helical forms across successive centuries strongly intimates a more profound ancestral connection. These archetypal designs, diligently transmitted across generations of master masons, craft guilds, and their diligent apprentices, continue to resonate with the tacit wisdom of an ancient fraternity that profoundly perceived the spiral as a quintessential nexus connecting the terrestrial and the celestial, the corporeal and the cerebral, the commonplace and the sacrosanct. Furthermore, spirals frequently interweave with additional emblematic elements of Templar provenance. Intriguingly, the foundational geometries of the circumscribed circle within the square, the symbolic rose, and the Masonic compass can all be conceptually mapped along helical trajectories, thereby establishing intricate linkages between distinct architectural forms and subtly directing human locomotion. Collectively, these elements coalesce to create a cohesive, integrated symbolic lexicon intricately woven into the very fabric of the constructed world. A system both elusive yet enduring, influencing human experience in manners frequently unobserved consciously, yet profoundly apprehended subliminally. The spiral, then, transcends mere geometric configuration. It embodies a dynamic force, a concealed instruction meticulously etched into masonry, ceramic, and timber. This enduring symbol perpetuates the heritage of the Templars, serving as a powerful reminder that architecture extends beyond providing simple refuge. It fundamentally shapes cognitive processes, sensory perception, and spiritual essence. For those possessing the discerning eye, spirals stand as a mute declaration, the persevering trajectory of an ancient order whose profound knowledge surpassed temporal boundaries, surviving within curvilinear forms that continue to direct both visual focus and intellectual contemplation. Within every winding staircase or intricately patterned floor, the Templar legacy persistently endures, a delicate, meandering intimation reverberating across countless epochs. It subtly instructs those prepared to trace its curves, guiding them step by deliberate step into an esoteric realm of spatial principles, structured arrangement, and enigmatic profundity. Symbols function as the conduits of remembrance, and few possess the enduring potency of the compass and the cross. Both appear recurrently in Templar construction, frequently interwoven, and both carry multitudinous strata of significance that transcend their superficial manifestation. Collectively, they imply guidance, precise orientation, and celestial direction, an esoteric lexicon that the Templars meticulously implanted within masonry and vitric elements. The compass, an age-old instrument for wayfinding, epitomizes spatial quantification, harmonious scaling, and command over dimensions. In Templar structures, orbicular designs resonate with the compass's form, while exact orchestrations of walls, archways, and floorings reflect its inherent ability to orient. While some commentators contend these were merely decorative preferences, the recurrence of compass-like patterns across multiple sites intimates intentional encryption. Could these designs have been conceived as directives for esoteric spatial principles, or even as indicators for concealed artifacts and pathways? The cross, conversely, is manifestly sacred, yet its position frequently conveys more nuanced directives. Integrated within pavement tessellations, sculpted into archways, or delineated within fenestration tracery, the cross converges with the directional motif, establishing a complex framework of spatial direction and inherent significance. It functions simultaneously as a signpost and a cartographic guide, emblematizing spiritual devotion concurrently with directing physical progression through the constructed environment. In certain instances, cruciforms correspond precisely with primary directional bearings or celestial turning points, implying that the very fabric of construction functioned as an instrument of celestial harmony and sacred attunement. One might consider Templar chapels where directional emblems converge with terrestrial cruciforms at exact angular conjunctions. Each such intersection may serve as a locus for contemplation, spiritual introspection, or didactic enlightenment. Devotees and aspirants traversing these spatial vectors are artfully directed through an orchestrated sequence of erudition, discovering teachings intrinsically woven into each stride. Even if unaware of the underlying intention, the human intellect instinctively assimilates configurations, apprehends spatial correspondence, and experiences the profound reverberation of meticulously measured space. The dynamic interaction between the directional and sacred symbols permeates beyond ground surfaces, extending into walls and windows. Circular stained glass windows frequently pivot around a cruciform motif, with orbicular fenestration emanating peripherally akin to wheel spokes, fortifying the synthesis of theological insight and mathematical understanding. Vaulted structures and entranceways reflect an identical design principle, elevating visual focus and cognitive awareness along convergent lines, thereby creating an integrated milieu characterized by balanced dimensions, harmonious correspondence, and concealed didacticism. These recurring designs endured across the Renaissance, Baroque, and even contemporary architectural paradigms. Civic buildings, museums, and government halls commonly feature curvilinear central spaces bisected by rectilinear pedestrian paths, sometimes surmounted by cruciform or stellar configurations. While the initial semiotic intent might be veiled, the fundamental tenets persist. Spatial mathematics directing sensory interpretation, constructed forms influencing kinetic flow, and emblems mutely conveying significance through successive epochs. The compass and cross together form an understated system of instruction. They impart understanding of spatial direction, relative dimensions, and the harmonious conjunction of mundane and celestial realms. They encrypt communications concerning the cosmos, the sacred, and humanity's position within their grand tapestry. For the Templars, these forms may have functioned as aids to memory, emblems for induction, or directives toward esoteric understanding, a constructive methodology of enlightenment concealed overtly. Even today, discerning individuals are still able to discern their pervasive impact. One needs only to step into a grand cathedral, a bustling city square, or a magnificent civic building to notice how curvilinear configurations converge with rectilinear trajectories. Where walls meet floors, where windows cast intricate shadows across stone, the compass and cross subtly affirm principles of systematic arrangement, precise orientation, and concealed erudition. They remind us that architecture can exceed mere utilitarian purpose or aesthetic embellishment. It can be a conduit for historical inheritance, safeguarding the conceptual frameworks of a fraternity believed to have long since disappeared. The Templars possessed an astute comprehension that existence is traversed both outwardly and introspectively. The compass and cross embody that dual voyage, the spatial arrangement of masonry directing physical presence, the correspondence of emblems influencing cognitive processes, and the synthesis of mathematical principles and spiritual conviction steering the soul. In these persevering themes, the Templar cryptographic system murmurs through millennia, beckoning the observant to pursue its concealed directives, to step into a realm where architectural composition, emblematic representation, and esoteric understanding coalesce. The impact of the Templar Code did not terminate with venerable stone cathedrals or opulent Renaissance palaces. As centuries passed and metropolitan centers ascended into the firmament, components of their concealed lexicon discovered novel articulation within the ferrous alloys and vitric panels of contemporary construction. Towering edifices with their upward thrust, precise orientation, and harmonious dimensions resonate with the tenets of hallowed spatial mathematics formerly safeguarded by the fraternity's master builders. Consider the ascendant contours of a contemporary urban panorama. Each building ascends with deliberate purpose, its vertical extent, lateral dimension, and interstitial separation meticulously deliberated. Architects frequently articulate concepts of equilibrium, visual trajectories, and artistic appeal. Yet, when these structures are scrutinized via the interpretive framework of the Templar cipher, nuanced configurations become apparent. Orbicular designs manifest in public squares. Rotational correspondence directs human traffic flow, and linear congruencies orient visual focus toward central features, reverberating with venerable customs of environmental direction. Even the employment of illumination in modern buildings bears faint echoes of bygone eras. Non-load-bearing exterior walls, overhead apertures, and transparent envelopes permit solar illumination to delineate trajectories across floors and walls, evoking the polychromatic fenestration of medieval ecclesiastical structures. Obscurities and specular images generate ephemeral shapes, directing sensory apprehension in manners both overt and latent. Could it be that contemporary architects, consciously or subliminally, have perpetuated the Templar heritage of employing illumination as a conduit for encrypted information? The helical motif endures concurrently. Coiling ascenders within commercial high-rises, panoramic platforms, and metropolitan constructs reflect the hallowed upward trajectory of ancient architectural conception. Their undulations intimate advancement, kinetic dynamism, and the circulation of vital force. They engender spatial cadence, a nuanced direction evocative of intricate pavement designs and concealed access points within Templar strongholds. Modern spirals, like their medieval counterparts, are simultaneously practical and emblematic, influencing lived reality beyond straightforward practical application. Urban open spaces and municipal forums frequently adhere to mathematical tenets that resonate with archaic configurations. Orbicular water features enclosed by rectilinear enclosures, spokes-like thoroughfares culminating at commemorative structures, and cruciform roadways establish a spatial arrangement that is perceived as both organic and intentional. To the majority, it is merely beauty. To the attentive eye, however, it is an unspoken cartography, an esoteric syllabus, and perhaps a faint reverberation of the Templar methodology regarding construction as a conveyance for erudition. Some skyscraper designs even integrate symbolic elements evocative of the directional instrument and the sacred emblem. Elevated green spaces, central open courts, and transparent cupolas correspond with primary geographical directions or celestial phenomena, implying that the designers' preoccupations extended beyond mere operational efficacy. They were directing visual focus, sensory apprehension, and lived encounters in manners analogous to venerable customs. Illumination, scaling, and orientation persistently embed nuanced communications, just as they did in medieval and Renaissance times. The durability of these reverberations provokes fascinating inquiries. Did modern architects intentionally investigate and integrate medieval or early modern architectural tenets? Or is it a subliminal legacy spanning millennia of constructive aesthetics, a foundational blueprint transmitted through the unbroken lineage of artisanal skill and meticulous scrutiny? Either way, the configurations persist, connecting contemporary metallic and vitric constructions to archaic, lithic, and transparent edifices, forging a bond between the contemporary urban profile and the unspoken ciphers of a venerable fraternity. Even in the most bustling metropolitan hubs, amid the cacophony and kinetic activity, the Templar cryptographic system persists. For those inclined to halt, scrutinize, and delineate the linear elements, helical forms, and central vectors, the urban landscape itself transforms into a grand ecclesiastical structure, a contemporary manifestation of hallowed spatial mathematics, concealed significance, and perpetual impact. The skyscraper, akin to the cathedral, exceeds a mere edifice. It is a communication, an emblem, and a perpetuation of a heritage that extends over millennia. In this manner, the Templar influence endures, imperceptibly molding the surroundings in which we live. Their esoteric wisdom persists not solely within conserved artifacts of the past, but within the actual milieu we occupy, directing sensory apprehension, instilling profound reverence, and murmuring through epochs in constructions that pierce the heavens. The cryptographic system is no longer restricted to monastic enclosures or grand churches. It rises, interweaving with metallic frameworks, transparent panes, and human aspiration, perpetuating the discourse of concealed erudition in an idiom that remains subtly decipherable to those who know how to look. Perhaps the foremost striking characteristic of the Templar Code is how often it remains concealed overtly. Through countless ages and diverse landmasses, emblems, spatial ratios, and precise orientations continue to be discernible to anyone who looks closely. Yet their inherent significance frequently eludes apprehension. Rosettes sculpted into masonry, helical forms within ascending passages, cruciforms integrated into pavement surfaces. These constituent components are ubiquitous, yet their profound import is seldom recognized. In the contemporary urban landscape, the profound geometric lexicon persists. Public plazas, governmental edifices, and sprawling university campuses frequently adhere to rectilinear patterns that gracefully converge upon circular communal spaces or radiate outwards into expansive avenues. Thoroughfares are meticulously aligned with monumental structures, while towering cityscapes reflect a harmonious equilibrium of proportion and balance. Principles first meticulously explored within the architectural achievements of the medieval and Renaissance eras. Each deliberate design choice carries subtle reverberations of the Templars' hallowed doctrines, an unspoken heritage intricately integrated into the very fabric of metropolitan existence. Even seemingly unassuming elements within these environments can convey encrypted directives. Floor tiles adorning a judicial building, for instance, might coalesce to form a discrete navigational indicator. The strategic placement of fenestrations in a scholarly library could engender a mandala-esque configuration of light and shadow. Staircases ascend in meticulously crafted helical forms, orchestrating both physical trajectory and visual delight with unparalleled precision. Illumination filters through glazed surfaces in transient configurations that evoke the hallowed stained glass windows of Gothic cathedrals, casting ephemeral shapes upon floors and walls, thereby prompting observers to recall an ancient, often overlooked discourse between spatial science and spiritual conviction. The persistent reappearance of specific archetypal designs, crosses, spirals, circles, and squares, is challenging to attribute solely to chance. Spanning millennia and diverse architectural expressions, these fundamental forms endure, manifesting in locations and combinations that resonate deeply with the esoteric doctrines of the Templars. They are integrated overtly within the visual field, yet their esoteric purpose becomes apparent exclusively to those who possess the acumen to decipher their inherent lexicon. To the uninitiated, these forms merely present as objects of aesthetic appreciation. To the trained observer, however, they constitute a repository of knowledge, a historical chronicle, and a directional guide. Architects, either through deliberate recognition or subconscious absorption, continue to perpetuate these profound insights. Apprentices diligently study venerable historic exemplars, faithfully reproduce harmonious ratios, and embrace fundamental tenets of spatial arrangement that have persisted through successive eras. Even when the historical memory of the Templar order itself may wane, their geometric wisdom endures, manifest in the drafting tools, instructional manuals, and skilled workmanship of those who inherit the venerable craft. Furthermore, these pervasive patterns profoundly shape human interaction and experience. An individual traversing a grand plaza, ascending a monumental staircase, or following an axial thoroughfare may feel imperceptibly directed, often unaware of the underlying rationale for such guidance. Movement, focused attention, and sensory perception are meticulously choreographed by unseen architectural directives. This represents a delicate yet potent influence stemming from an ancient comprehension of hallowed dimensional relationships. In this manner, architecture transforms into a silent system of instruction, imparting lessons in cadence, equilibrium, and spatial coherence via the very environment itself. Discreetly embedded within public view, the Templar Code traverses chronological boundaries. It forges an unbroken continuum from the soaring pinnacles of Gothic cathedrals to the stately grandeur of Renaissance residences, from expansive civic squares to towering modern skyscrapers, and from intricate labyrinths to functional stairwells. The language may be inaudible, yet it is remarkably tenacious, beckoning individuals prepared to scrutinize with discernment to discover the fundamental framework of deliberate purpose and esoteric understanding that underpins it. Perhaps herein lies the perennial brilliance of the Templar legacy. It persists not solely through clandestine means, but rather by integrating itself into structures impervious to obliteration. Apparent to the multitude, yet comprehended by a select minority, every cross carved, every spiral traced, and every circle inscribed stands as a subtle affirmation of an understanding of such formidable potency as to defy eradication. It represents an unseen structural framework that continues to shape the physical world around us. And so, as we traverse urban landscapes, meander through enclosed quadrangles, or behold towering edifices, the recurring motifs, the intentional cadences, precise configurations, and emblematic representations may begin to register in our consciousness. This subtle awakening reminds us that beneath the ostensible disarray of human-crafted environments lies a subterranean coherence, an esoteric Templar cipher that has persisted significantly beyond the dissolution of its originating fraternity. Illumination has always transcended mere luminosity in the realm of sacred architecture. It functions as a profound conduit for significance. The Templars possessed an acute understanding of this principle, meticulously orchestrating the placement of fenestrations, apertures, and lustrous planes to engender nuanced communications manifested exclusively under specific environmental parameters. Sunlight passing through the intricate tracery of a rose window, for instance, casting a patterned penumbra across the floor, transforms into an unspoken discourse on spatial science and spiritual conviction, an evanescent communique discernible solely to observers attuned to the precise temporal conjunction. Within the magnificent Gothic cathedrals, stained glass served a multifaceted utility. While indeed narrating biblical sagas, it also subtly embedded intricate schemata of dimensional relationships, spatial orientations, and hallowed geometric principles. Every colored pane represented an intentional positioning, meticulously guiding visual perception across linear trajectories and proportional relationships reminiscent of Templar constructs. As solar radiance shifts throughout the diurnal cycle and across the changing seasons, the cathedral itself evolves into a dynamic chronometer, unveiling latent temporal cadences within the nuanced movement of light. The Templars additionally employed light to accentuate concealed compartments or hallowed artifacts, slender columns of solar radiance, penetrating diminutive openings, might render visible an engraved emblem or an obscured epigraph exclusively at a meticulously predetermined juncture. This careful orchestration ensured that profound knowledge could be safeguarded and disclosed discriminately, thereby harmonizing corporeal perception with metaphysical apprehension through exact spatial arrangement. These foundational principles endured through the Renaissance period and subsequent epochs. Windows, skylights, and open courtyards were strategically oriented with an acute cognizance of annual and diurnal solar progressions. Illumination, in effect, evolved into an instructor, accentuating dimensional equilibrium, directing focus to distinctive elements, and imperceptibly orchestrating spatial navigation. In this refined manner, architectural creation itself became a lexicon decipherable by individuals attuned to its inherent configurations, yet imperceptible to the unobservant gaze. Modern architects, too, have persisted in orchestrating illumination in manners resonant with these venerable methodologies. Vast expanses of glazed exteriors both bounce and bend incident light. Expansive indoor courtyards permit slender beams of solar radiance to delineate intricate designs across floors. and meticulously placed apertures direct both visual apprehension and physical traversal. While the underlying purpose may no longer possess an esoteric character, the result parallels that achieved by the Templars, concealed directives imparted via the dynamic interaction of architectural form and radiant energy. Even the broader discipline of civic design can harness this fundamental tenet. Solar rays delineating thoroughfares during equinoxes and solstices, the penumbras cast by monumental structures serving as chronological indicators, or lustrous facades projecting ephemeral designs upon public squares. These nuanced configurations imply that the orchestration of luminosity as a conduit for veiled communications spans across historical epochs. It represents an ingenious system for embedding wisdom, sensory perception, and systemic coherence directly within the built landscape. The profound ingenuity of the Templar order resided not exclusively in their constructed marvels, but rather in their masterful facilitation of the interplay between the imperceptible and the tangible. Stone, glass, and light worked in concert to forge an account that remains latent until brought to light. An intricate colloquy among chronological progression, surrounding conditions, and human sensory apprehension. Illumination transformed into a messenger conveying directives, creative impetus, and clandestine information in parallel. And so, as we traverse hallowed basilicas, navigate enclosed quadrangles, and ascend towering contemporary structures, the configurations of radiant energy persist in communicating. A penumbra delineated across a planar surface, a focused ray accentuating an engraved emblem, a nuanced luminosity drawing visual attention. They are reverberations of an ancient cipher, instructing the scrutinizer to perceive, to decipher, and to grasp that architectural creation functions not solely as a protective enclosure, but as a repository for perennial wisdom. The Templars' message, transmitted via the agency of illumination, endures within each meticulously calculated corner and fenestration. It reminds us that profound significance can be veiled within overt visibility, that wisdom possesses the capacity to outlast obliteration, and that even the most unassuming shaft of solar radiance might bear an ancient murmuration, anticipating comprehension by individuals possessed of sufficient observational fortitude. Underneath each curvilinear span, within every soaring domed canopy, and spanning every intricately designed pavement, lies a lexicon of numerical values and proportional relationships, an esoteric mathematical framework intricately integrated by the Templars into their structural designs. Geometry, proportion, and measurement transcended their utility as mere implements for edifice creation. They functioned as conduits for veiled wisdom, an exact cipher that conveyed profound significance long subsequent to the disappearance of the order's chivalric members. The Templars held in profound esteem particular numerical relationships and recurrent configurations: the divine proportion, golden ratio, the irrational constant of the square root of 2, and the intrinsic relationships between circular and rectilinear forms. These fundamental numbers dictated the vertical elevation of turrets, the lateral expanse of central aisles, and the strategic positioning of fenestrations. Every dimension was meticulously predetermined, forging a harmonious link between the terrestrial realm and the cosmic arrangement, thereby ensuring that those who moved through the space were imperceptibly synchronized with a more expansive, frequently concealed blueprint. Mathematics also served as a sophisticated aid to memory. By integrating wisdom within intrinsic dimensional correlations, the Templars guaranteed that neophytes and consecrated members could assimilate profound teachings without recourse to written transcription. Every step, every angle, and every intersection became a concrete manifestation of conceptual tenets, rendering quantitative associations into corporeal engagement. A spiral staircase, for instance, was more than a simple vertical thoroughfare. It functioned as a pedagogical instrument, embedding proportional values and ordered successions that cultivate both cognitive faculties and physical prowess. During the Renaissance, architects systematized these fundamental tenets with enhanced rigor, generating comprehensive guides and academic dissertations concerning dimensional harmony, balanced configuration, and visual depth. Yet many of these ideas, particularly the synthesis of spatial science with esoteric iconography, resonate strongly with antecedent Templar methodologies. The enduring elements discernible in contemporary rectilinear city plans, the ornate exteriors of grand ecclesiastical structures, and the expansive inner precincts of regal residences often demonstrate the culmination of centuries of sophisticated elaboration, erected upon a substratum initially established through clandestine means. Some scholars suggest that the Templars' esoteric mathematical framework additionally fulfilled utilitarian objectives. Concealed proportional relationships might delineate zones of structural vulnerability, expedite the erection of edifices in the absence of contemporary mechanical aids, or even embed the coordinates of sequestered compartments or revered artifacts. The exactitude of these computations guaranteed that structures possessed both robust durability and aesthetic coherence, thereby harmonizing material steadfastness with allegorical purpose. Even in the built environment of our era, discernible reverberations of this intricately coded mathematical framework are still observed. Towering commercial edifices and grand governmental structures frequently conform to meticulously calculated proportional schemes, which adeptly dictate both their visual appeal and practical utility. Expansive circular public squares, precisely engineered axial pathways, and gracefully ascending spiral staircases all conspicuously utilize a profound numerical logic that distinctly echoes foundational principles initially perfected within the venerable medieval guilds and the enigmatic Templar lodges. This underlying mathematical essence endures, irrespective of its deliberate application or its subconscious transmission through generations, thereby upholding an unbroken continuum of profound understanding throughout countless generations. The profound brilliance inherent in this clandestine mathematical discipline resides in its inherent understated elegance and delicate nuance. Unlike overt declarations, numerical constructs do not proclaim their presence vociferously. Rather, they impart their profound lessons with a quiet, persistent instruction. These intricate numerical tenets possess the remarkable capacity to persist through epochs, often unacknowledged by the casual observer, meticulously embedded within architectural forms and diligently transmitted from an experienced master to a discerning apprentice. It was precisely through the deployment of this veiled numerical lexicon that the venerable Templars secured an enduring legacy, a unique modality of immortality. Their accumulated wisdom, meticulously quantified and judiciously applied within the built environment, persistently molds human perception, directs spatial movement, and enriches sensory experience in profound capacities that the limitations of mere linguistic expression could never fully encompass. As one ambles through the majestic expanse of a towering vaulted cathedral, ascends the intricate curves of a meticulously crafted spiraled staircase, or contemplates the harmonious proportions defining a grand public plaza, a discerning individual might instinctively perceive the exquisite exactitude underpinning these concealed mathematical computations, even in instances where the casual observer lacks a precise comprehension of the specific mathematical ratios employed. The profound impact is undeniably experienced, manifesting as an innate apprehension of pervasive harmony, intrinsic balance, and profound order that deeply reverberates within the human psyche. In essence, this constitutes the Templars communicating their enduring wisdom not through spoken words, but through the universal medium of numbers, a sophisticated language intricately interwoven into the fundamental geometry of the constructed environment itself, and subtly whispering its timeless messages across countless centuries to those individuals sufficiently attuned to decipher its underlying logic. This clandestine mathematical framework serves as the imperceptible, yet profoundly foundational spinal column of the entire Templar code, forging intricate connections across disparate centuries, vast geographical continents, and diverse architectural styles. It possesses the remarkable capacity to impart profound lessons without the presence of an overt instructor, to provide unerring guidance without the need for a physical hand, and to persist through time without ever demanding explicit acknowledgement. To individuals who possess the intellectual curiosity and diligent application required to truly perceive, meticulously measure, and deeply comprehend its intricacies, it unveils the persistent and profound influence of an ancient order whose quintessential strength resided not in the accumulation of material wealth or the prowess of military engagement, but rather in the profound wisdom assiduously encrypted within the silent, yet remarkably enduring, architectural creations that defined their epoch. The Knights Templar, a formidable and enigmatic order, transcended the conventional roles of mere martial combatants or ascetic monastic figures. They were, in fact, diligent custodians of an unparalleled and extraordinary compendium of arcane wisdom, and their meticulously constructed edifices functioned dually as formidable defensive strongholds and invaluable repositories for this profound understanding. Even subsequent to the Order's dramatic and violent suppression, a select cadre of dedicated individuals conscientiously perpetuated this vital guardianship, thereby guaranteeing that the veiled teachings encompassing sacred geometry, precise proportionality, and intricate symbolism were meticulously safeguarded and discreetly conveyed across the expanse of numerous centuries. These dedicated guardians frequently comprised skilled masons, accomplished master builders, or esteemed members of clandestine craft guilds, each keenly aware of the profound import and inherent risks associated with such an act of cultural and intellectual preservation. While they meticulously bore precious manuscripts, intricate sketches, and detailed diagrams as tangible records, it was arguably of far greater consequence that they internalized this profound understanding within their skilled hands, their perceptive minds, and through the rigorous discipline of their apprenticeships. The innovative Templar pedagogical approach, which emphasized learning through practical application and the embedding of esoteric knowledge directly into the tangible act of architectural creation, signified that the fundamental essence of their intricate code possessed the resilience to endure even in scenarios where physical documentation suffered irreparable destruction. Operating under a veil of deliberate anonymity, these unwavering guardians assiduously persisted in constructing edifices that consciously echoed the distinctive Templar architectural style, thereby intricately embedding profound secrets into the very fabric of sacred churches, opulent palaces, significant civic structures, and even robust bridges spanning waterways. Within these creations, each individual stone, every structural beam, and even the smallest decorative tile possessed the potential to function as a potent vessel of silent instruction. The esoteric knowledge was meticulously encoded within precise proportions, deliberate spatial alignments, and recurring symbolic motifs, collectively constituting an unspoken, yet profound, curriculum exclusively accessible to those individuals specifically trained and attuned to discern its subtle messages. A segment of historical scholarship posits that particular distinguished architects of the Renaissance and Baroque eras were, in fact, direct beneficiaries and conscious inheritors of this venerable architectural lineage, thereby deliberately safeguarding and perpetuating core Templar design principles within their own celebrated works. Conversely, other scholarly perspectives contend that the Templar influence endured more subtly and indirectly, primarily through the established traditions of various craft guilds and the time-honored practices of apprenticeships, which effectively transmitted sophisticated methods of precise measurement, intricate symmetry, and profound symbolic alignment across successive generations. Regardless of the precise mechanism of transmission, it remains unequivocally clear that these dedicated guardians played an indispensable role in ensuring an unbroken continuity of this specialized knowledge. Consequently, a body of profound understanding that might otherwise have been irrevocably extinguished instead persisted, meticulously embedded within the very fabric of living, breathing architectural marvels. Beyond their role as preservers, these sagacious custodians additionally functioned as indispensable guides. They possessed the unique capacity to direct discerning initiates towards concealed chambers, clandestine stairways, or subtly integrated symbolic markers strategically placed within architectural structures. Through these deliberate acts of guidance, they assiduously upheld the pristine integrity of the overarching Templar code, thereby guaranteeing that these consecrated spaces retained their intrinsic ability to impart profound instruction, facilitate sacred rituals, or evoke transformative spiritual experiences for those individuals equipped with the requisite knowledge to accurately interpret their multifaceted meanings. It is demonstrably evident that, in a multitude of instances, the architectural elements that endure to this very day within the majestic Gothic cathedrals, the elegant Renaissance villas, and even the functional modern civic buildings, distinctly embody the profound results of this meticulous and dedicated stewardship. The concept of this specialized guardianship, however, was not confined solely to the geographical boundaries of Europe. Numerous historical accounts and persistent legends intimate that the profound Templar knowledge disseminated widely across the globe through various vectors, including significant human migrations, burgeoning international trade routes, and intricate networks of clandestine societies, skilled masons in their extensive travels to newly developing cities, across vast continents, and even into emerging colonial territories, meticulously transported the fundamental principles of sacred geometry and intricate symbolic design as an integral part of their craft. Consequently, the Templars' unspoken architectural curriculum achieved a truly global reach, remaining subtly concealed within everyday sight, yet persistently enduring in every locale where structures were erected with deliberate care and profound architectural intention. The truly extraordinary aspect distinguishing this form of guardianship was its inherent discretion and profound subtlety. The esoteric knowledge they painstakingly preserved was not only immensely potent, but could also be inherently perilous, as any overt visibility of such wisdom might invite severe repercussions. By ingeniously embedding their profound teachings directly into the very fabric of architecture, these astute guardians effectively shielded the intricate code from the watchful eyes of zealous inquisitors, autocratic rulers, and dismissive skeptics alike. In this ingenious methodology, the inert materials of stone and glass were transformed into a dual entity, simultaneously serving as an enduring library of wisdom and an impregnable fortress, meticulously concealing profound meaning in full view for untold centuries. In the contemporary era, as we meticulously scrutinize the architectural accomplishments attributed to the Knights Templar and the subsequent generations who upheld their traditions, we are afforded a compelling glimpse into the enduring legacy bequeathed by these dedicated guardians. The exquisite precision of their proportional arrangements, the deliberate repetition of symbolic motifs, and the masterful alignment of spatial elements with natural light sources collectively intimate the existence of a continuous lineage wholly devoted to the meticulous stewardship of esoteric knowledge. Absent their tireless and often unacknowledged endeavors, the intricate Templar code could well have utterly dissipated into historical obscurity, leaving behind nothing more substantial than fragmented myths and unsubstantiated rumors. Instead, it remarkably endures, patiently awaiting the discerning attention of those individuals sufficiently perceptive to apprehend its profound messages. Within the hallowed expanse of every cathedral nave, the graceful ascent of each spiral staircase, or the meticulously designed geometry of every courtyard, the profound, albeit subtle presence of these vigilant guardians is palpably discernible. Their unwavering and often unheralded diligence meticulously preserved a continuous dialogue spanning vast chronological epochs, a silent conversation that intimately links the profound medieval past with the complexities of the contemporary world, thereby extending an open invitation for us to actively discover, critically interpret, and deeply ponder its enduring significance. The true potency of the Templars, it appears, was never rooted in military conquest or territorial domination, but rather in their exemplary stewardship, a remarkable capacity to safeguard invaluable knowledge, which, though often concealed, has persistently endured through countless centuries, characterized by profound change and societal upheaval. Throughout architectural history, courtyards have consistently functioned as quintessential venues for communal gathering, introspective reflection, and seamless transition between various structural elements. However, within the distinctive architectural lexicon of the Knights Templar, these open-air spaces were imbued with a far more profound and subtle underlying purpose. They were, in essence, meticulously designed stages where esoteric knowledge was intended to unfold and quietly manifest its presence. Unimpeded by overhead structures, and thus fully exposed to the expanse of the sky and the free flow of air, these courtyards permitted the harmonious convergence of natural light, precise proportionality, and intricate geometry in configurations that transmuted a seemingly simple spatial arrangement into a vibrant, living message. The Knights Templar frequently conceived and executed their courtyards as pivotal central axes, strategically linking the various architectural wings of a commandery, a sacred chapel, or a formidable fortress. Within the circumscribed boundaries of these meticulously planned spaces, the very act of movement acquired profound layers of meaning. Individual steps were guided along intentionally delineated pathways, while carefully orchestrated sightlines invariably directed the observer's gaze towards significant symbolic features, such as an exquisitely carved rose, a subtly concealed cross, or an intricate spiral pattern meticulously inlaid beneath one's very footsteps. Each design decision was imbued with deliberate intention, subtly steering human perception without the need for explicit verbal instruction, thereby fostering an immersive environment where profound knowledge was assimilated on an unconscious, intuitive level. Certain courtyards, demonstrating an advanced understanding of astronomical phenomena, were precisely aligned with significant celestial events, thereby enabling the sun's radiant light to meticulously trace intricate patterns across their floors and walls during the solstices, the equinoxes, or on specific, hallowed feast days. During these precise moments, elongated shadows would descend with unerring accuracy upon a specific stone cross, or a concentrated beam of light would dramatically illuminate a previously concealed inscription, but only at the divinely appointed hour. These transient yet remarkably precise messages unequivocally underscore the Templars' profound mastery over both the dimensions of space and the relentless march of time, effectively encoding profound instruction directly into the diurnal passage of the solar orb itself. The subtle, communicative character inherent in these courtyards transcends mere visual manifestations of light and shadow. Their meticulously designed acoustics frequently serve to amplify even the most subtle of sounds, facilitating the discreet transmission of spoken lessons, sacred ritual chants, or nuanced guidance across the spatial expanse without drawing undue attention. Furthermore, the very movement of wind, artfully channeled through strategically positioned arches, could impart a distinct sense of rhythm or a melodic cadence, thereby reinforcing underlying hidden patterns and cultivating an immersive sensory experience where the architecture itself became a profound medium of communication. A significant number of these courtyards prominently display intricate geometric arrangements that distinctly reverberate with the overarching principles of the extensive Templar Code. Examples include perfectly circular fountains situated within precisely square enclosures, meticulously interlocking tiles forming sacred cross patterns, or gracefully ascending spiral stairways that beckon towards higher architectural levels. All these elements collectively forge intricate layers of profound meaning that dynamically interact and enrich one another. For the casual or uninitiated observer, these meticulously crafted details might appear to be nothing more than decorative ornamentation. However, to the discerning and attentive observer, they constitute an integral component of a consciously constructed, multi-dimensional language designed to convey profound knowledge. The profound architectural influence originating from these Templar designs demonstrably endured into the illustrious Renaissance and subsequent historical periods, manifesting frequently in the grand private palaces of nobility, the serene confines of religious convents, and the imposing structures of civic administration. Within these later contexts, courtyards evolved into sophisticated arenas where the timeless principles of sacred geometry, seamlessly converged with the dynamics of human social interaction. Subtly integrated alignments, purposefully designed axial pathways, and meticulously calculated proportional spacing tirelessly continued to impart instruction, provide guidance, and exert a pervasive influence, all without the necessity of explicit verbal explanations. Even in the present day, the act of stepping into a courtyard conceived and executed according to these enduring principles can readily evoke a profound, albeit subtle, sensation of intrinsic order, perfect balance, and pervasive harmony, a resonant echo of the profound lessons meticulously embedded within their very fabric many centuries in the past. Furthermore, these architectural courtyards functioned as symbolic portals, mediating the transition between the public domain and the private sanctuary, and bridging the realms of the overtly visible and the subtly concealed. Within the fortified commanderies of the Knights Templar, these central open spaces were ingeniously designed to simultaneously reveal certain aspects while meticulously concealing others. The architectural structures encompassing the courtyard were strategically arranged to create carefully controlled visual perspectives, deftly guiding the observer's attention towards particular significant features, concurrently shielding other elements from casual or superficial observation. This dynamic interplay between overt openness and deliberate secrecy profoundly mirrored the inherent duality that characterized the Templar Order itself, an entity simultaneously visible in its public functions, yet profoundly hidden in its esoteric knowledge, widely recognized, yet perpetually shrouded in mystery. The subtle, resonant whispers emanating from these courtyards serve as a potent reminder that architecture fundamentally transcends the mere aggregation of stone and mortar. Instead, it embodies a sophisticated language articulating principles of physical movement, sensory perception, and profound intellectual understanding. Within these meticulously crafted spaces, every deliberate step taken, every fleeting glance cast, and every illuminating beam of light carries the inherent potential for significant instruction. The intricate Templar code thus endures within these spaces, which were ingeniously conceived for both pragmatic human utility and the discreet impartation of veiled teachings, thereby quietly communicating its timeless wisdom across the vast expanse of history. For discerning observers, courtyards transcend mere physical dimensions. They manifest as profound lessons, serve as experimental laboratories for understanding, and act as venerable stages where memories are perpetually reenacted. The enduring legacy of the Templars resonates palpably within these open-air enclosures, orchestrating the flow of human movement, influencing deeply felt experiences, and subtly imparting veiled wisdom to those who pause long enough to truly listen. Within these unassuming yet deeply significant spaces, the perpetual interplay between architectural form, esoteric knowledge, and guarded secrecy continues to reveal itself, silently educating individuals across the vast expanse of centuries. Labyrinths have consistently enthralled human imagination, manifesting prominently in ancient myths, sacred rituals, and sophisticated architectural designs. For the Templars, these intricate patterns were far more than mere ornamentation. They functioned as dynamic allegories representing the arduous spiritual journey, a conduit for hidden instruction, and a symbolic passage from the profane realm of the mundane to the hallowed domain of the sacred. Each deliberate twist and turn, every meticulously calculated curve, was imbued with profound significance, guiding the peregrinator through an unspoken educational program implicitly encoded within the very stone and spatial arrangement. Within the majestic Gothic cathedrals, labyrinths were frequently integrated seamlessly into the floor, their convoluted roots converging upon a focal nexus. Devout wayfarers and neophytes would meticulously traverse these pathways, tracing steps that emulated a progression akin to a spiritual ascent. The very act of walking the labyrinth became both a contemplative exercise and a deeply instructive experience. Fundamental principles of proportions, intricate sequences, and precise alignments were absorbed subconsciously as the body moved through the designated space, thereby forging a profound connection between corporeal action and intellectual comprehension in a manner that spoken words could never fully achieve. Templar commanderies similarly deployed labyrinthine configurations, utilizing them not solely as instruments of spiritual enlightenment, but also as pragmatic mechanisms. Concealed passageways, clandestine ascents, and intricately linked compartments facilitated regulated entry, directing individuals toward significant areas while simultaneously shielding other zones from inadvertent observation. In this ingenious way, the labyrinth fulfilled the dual roles of covertness and tutelage, harmoniously blending the esoteric with the utilitarian aspects of their operations. The profound symbolism of the labyrinth extends far beyond the confines of its physical path. Its spirals and meandering lines resonate deeply with universal cosmic and organic configurations, embodying the recurring rhythms of life, processes of growth, and cycles of perpetual renewal. By integrating these fundamental forms into their architecture, the Templars created structures that were far from inert. Instead, they were vibrantly interactive, imparting wisdom that gradually revealed itself over time as the spectator traversed, perceived, and contemplated the space. Each turn presented a fresh opportunity to apprehend an underlying proportion, a precise alignment, or a veiled thematic element, marking another step in a perennial conversation that has endured through countless ages. Intricate labyrinthine designs also managed to endure the dissolution of the Templars, propagating through the channels of craft associations and mentorships. Renaissance architects, for instance, integrated serpentine passages, rectilinear thoroughfares, and elaborate pavement patterns into their grand palaces, significant civic buildings, and intimate private chapels. Even in contemporary urban planning, subtle reverberations of intricate arrangements appear in pedestrian walkways, horticultural designs, and exhibition spaces, hinting at a veiled legacy of acumen in environmental arrangement and embedded pedagogical principles that continue to influence design today. These paths are more than merely physical. They are fundamentally cognitive. Traversing a labyrinth activates memory, sharpens perception, and engages intuition, imparting lessons that are assimilated subliminally without conscious effort. Concealed proportional relationships, helical progressions, and perpendicularly oriented lines etch themselves into the psyche, thereby guaranteeing the perpetuation of the Templar doctrine within lived encounters, no less than in tangible forms. Furthermore, the labyrinth embodies the dynamic interaction between revelation and obfuscation, a distinguishing characteristic of Templar design. Its convolutions obscure and disclose concurrently, orchestrating a regulated progression of enlightenment. Understanding is unveiled incrementally, never all at once, thereby requiring keen observation, steadfast perseverance, and acute perception from those who aspire to comprehend its deeper layers. In this nuanced approach, the labyrinth profoundly reflects the Templar methodology of tutelage, subtle, persistent, and replete with profound significance. In contemporary contexts, labyrinths retain their compelling allure. Horticultural puzzles, artistic exhibits, and contemplative promenades invite introspection, orchestrating sensory encounters via architectural composition that feels both organic and meticulously planned. While the Templars themselves did not necessarily envision each contemporary labyrinthine creation, the fundamental tenets they safeguarded, kinetic activity as a pedagogical tool, environment as a storytelling medium, and mathematical form as an orienting mechanism, resonate powerfully within these lasting configurations. The labyrinthine path, therefore, is simultaneously a voyage and an educational experience, structural art, and instructional methodology. It represents a unique domain where esoteric wisdom interfaces with human perception, where mathematical form and emblematic representation coalesce to edify the physical, intellectual, and spiritual self. And as we follow these paths, whether with deliberate awareness or unwitting participation, we partake in a heritage that extends across millennia, tracing the persistent impact of a fraternity whose doctrine persists in the most nuanced of manifestations. Pervading the structural designs of the Templars, concealed compartments and subterranean repositories stand as tacit custodians of classified information. These spaces were often intentionally obscured, reachable solely by those privy to the encrypted system, neophytes, confidential craftsmen, or senior brethren of the fraternity. Behind an ostensibly unremarkable partition, under an unadorned paving or integrated into a winding ascent, wisdom, sacred artifacts, or pedagogical directives could repose unmolested for countless generations. Templar vaults transcended mere warehousing. They functioned as sophisticated reserves of hallowed and utilitarian wisdom. Ancient texts, emblematic artifacts, and encrypted schematics may have reposed within these clandestine compartments, safeguarded from interrogators, pilferers, and the destructive forces of chronology. The fabrication of these areas demanded expert craftsmanship. Exact mathematical forms, precise orientations, and harmonious dimensions guaranteed the clandestine compartment stayed imperceptible yet architecturally robust. These secret spaces also conveyed meaning non-verbally. Their positioning within the edifice, their interaction with illumination, and their orientation relative to exterior lines could denote purpose or hierarchical standing to individuals skilled in deciphering such cues. A compartment situated below a winding ascent or concealed by an ornate portal served as simultaneously a protective measure and an instructive principle, educating through architectural intention and leading the enlightened through a topographical comprehension of the Templar doctrine. Even into the Renaissance, hidden chambers endured, albeit with shifting objectives. Savants and builders preserved erudition through secluded academic rooms, clandestine book collections, and elaborate secret routes. The identical tenets, the convergence of mathematical form, harmonious dimension, and emblematic representation, perpetually influenced the siting of these secret spaces. The built environment itself transformed into a conduit of perpetuation, transporting the Templars' veiled instructional methods into succeeding epochs. Contemporary analogies are discernible in secure repositories, clandestine compartments, and inherent structural enigmas integrated into modern edifices. While the objective might be utilitarian rather than esoteric, the approach reflects Templar inventiveness, employing shape, orientation, and hidden entryways to safeguard items of worth or peril. Even the straightforward choice to render an area invisible behind a wall or under a floor constitutes a design methodology grounded in ancient, veiled wisdom spanning centuries. Vaults and hidden chambers also profoundly impact human interaction. Their obfuscation sharpens sensory apprehension, fostering keen scrutiny, present moment awareness, and careful consideration of surroundings. Each entrance point, clandestine grip, or incised emblem transforms into an indicator, solidifying the notion that structural design can educate via revelation. It represents a nuanced instructional approach, molding consciousness and engagement in ways that persist in their evocative power, even in the present era. Perhaps the most remarkable characteristic of these spaces is their resilience. Countless epochs of transformation, destruction, and refurbishment have frequently preserved clandestine compartments undisturbed. Their survival serves as an affirmation of the inventiveness of the Templars and those who followed in their footsteps, a tangible manifestation of wisdom enduring without overt declaration. The doctrine, formerly concrete and presently conceptual, continues to persist within these locations, anticipating revelation by those sensitive to its underlying existence. As we investigate the remaining edifices of cathedrals, palaces, and civic buildings, we may catch sight of the vestiges of these hidden chambers. A minor unevenness in the paving, a dislocated block of masonry, or an obscured entrance may suggest a clandestine truth lying beyond direct apprehension. The Templar heritage in this context encompasses both utility and esotericism. It imparts prudence, scrutiny, and the understanding that the deepest wisdom frequently remains imperceptible, safeguarded within the perennial lexicon of structural design itself. Hidden chambers and vaults stand as tacit testaments to a persistent doctrine, safeguarding instruction and classified information throughout the ages. They impress upon us that genuine understanding is seldom explicit. It endures by means of meticulous planning, judicious secrecy, and the uninterrupted succession of custodians who comprehended that which is hidden frequently holds the greatest importance. The Templars' impact persists not merely in manifest magnificence, but profoundly in these nuanced clandestine areas that convey profound truths to discerning observers. Orientation has always been fundamental to structural design. Yet for the Templars, it transcended mere visual appeal. It represented an overarching doctrine, a navigational chart meticulously linking the terrestrial, the celestial, and the ethereal. Each principal direction, every precisely delineated boundary, each specific bearing, held symbolic significance, directing both physical passage and sensory apprehension, subtly imparting wisdom to sufficiently observant individuals. Templar churches and commanderies frequently corresponded with astronomical phenomena. The extreme points of the sun's path, periods of equal day and night, and significant stellar configurations determined the directional positioning of walls, windows, and apses. Such alignments were far from coincidental. They converted edifices into sophisticated devices, profoundly connecting human endeavors with the celestial pulsations, thereby impressing upon adherents that terrestrial life reflects a grander universal arrangement. Rectilinear routes traversing open quadrangles, thoroughfares, and inner sanctums additionally strengthen the sense of orientation. The meticulous placement of entryways, grand gateways, and structural curves orchestrates a deliberate dance of focus, guiding visual focus and physical progression along pre-established trajectories. Guests, irrespective of their overt recognition, are led through a meticulously composed spatial encounter that reflects the core tenets of the Templars, thereby inculcating teachings in harmonious scale, spatial orientation, and temporal rhythm. The European Renaissance, a period of profound cultural rebirth, absorbed these profound spatial lessons. Grand palaces, expansive public plazas, and crucial civic spaces meticulously adhered to the same foundational tenets of design, thereby ensuring a profound sense of visual harmony, structural order, and intricate, often unspoken, communication. Even as explicit theological iconography became less prevalent within new constructions, the fundamental rationale of precise orientation and arrangement endured steadfastly, demonstrating the Templars' pervasive and lasting impact on the collective human understanding and perception of space. Visionary urban designers, skilled architects, and meticulous master masons of the era continued to apply these sophisticated principles, meticulously upholding a quiet yet unbroken lineage of design philosophy that seamlessly extends its reach into the contemporary epoch. Contemporary urban planning and architectural schemes also unmistakably mirror this enduring inheritance. We observe concentric street layouts radiating outwards, often culminating at central monuments or significant focal points. Expansive, elongated plazas frequently serve as connective arteries between significant governmental or public edifices. Furthermore, towering skyscrapers are often meticulously oriented to harness natural light patterns or respond to celestial phenomena, all of which resonate with the identical foundational grammar of balanced proportion and deliberate orientation. While the underlying motivation behind these modern designs might no longer be overtly spiritual or esoteric, the core principles persist with undiminished relevance. This precise spatial arrangement inherently molds human perception, subtly projects an aura of established authority, and intuitively directs the flow of human experience, thereby quietly perpetuating the profound, centuries-old craftsmanship and wisdom of those venerable ancient masons. Beyond its aesthetic implications, alignment in architecture also serves as a potent nonverbal communicator of hierarchical significance and focal emphasis. Prominent central axes, for instance, inexorably draw the observer's gaze towards sacred altars, magnificent fountains, or imposing civic monuments, establishing a clear point of visual and conceptual importance. Conversely, more discreet, secondary lines of alignment delicately guide both physical movement and conscious awareness through the built environment, subtly directing attention to ancillary features or transitions. In this sophisticated interplay, the very fabric of architecture transforms into an eloquent, silent pedagogue, meticulously orchestrating observation, influencing decision-making processes, and shaping cognitive understanding, all without uttering a single spoken word. The sophisticated methodology pioneered by the Templars thus finds its enduring survival within this intricate spatial orchestration, profoundly embedding esoteric knowledge and practical wisdom within the very trajectories and pathways we traverse daily. Furthermore, alignment further fortifies profound, often concealed, pedagogical insights embedded within the principles of sacred geometry, The intricate conceptualizations of circles meticulously inscribed within squares, dynamic spirals intersecting cardinal axes, and the archetypal cross-shaped floor plans, all fundamental to this ancient discipline, are fundamentally reliant upon an exacting degree of precise orientation and positional accuracy. Indeed, every individual architectural element accrues its profoundest significance solely when it is meticulously aligned according to these specific dictates, thereby generating a profound, multi-layered system of instruction that reveals its wisdom to the discerning and attentive observer. The resultant impact is consequently experienced on both a tangible physical plane and a profound spiritual dimension. Here, precisely proportioned space, fluid and harmonious human movement, and deep symbolic resonance gracefully converge in a perpetual, silent dialogue that transcends the passage of countless centuries. Perhaps the most remarkable triumph of the Templar legacy concerning spatial alignment lies in its inherent, profound invisibility. It subtly sculpts and refines human experience without any overt declaration or fanfare. It profoundly embeds profound lessons and insights without requiring explicit verbal explanation. And it remarkably endures across vast expanses of historical time, diverse construction materials, and evolving architectural styles, spanning from the austere, fortified medieval commanderies to the bustling, complex, modern urban centers. This principle of alignment persistently continues its fundamental role: to guide perception, to instruct passively, and to safeguard ancient knowledge. It functions as a quiet, pervasive force, operating with remarkable subtlety, yet possessing an undeniable, tenacious persistence, eloquently reminding humanity that the most deeply impactful and transformative lessons are frequently those we internalize and adhere to without ever consciously recognizing the act of learning itself. Even as urban metropolises strive to reach ever more ambitious vertical ascensions, the indelible Templar code continues to manifest its presence within the overarching urban skyline, subtly communicating its tenets through the elegant forms of soaring spires, the graceful curves of domes, and the sharply defined, angular peaks of contemporary architectural towers. These distinctive architectural silhouettes, it must be noted, transcend mere utilitarian functionality. Instead, they serve as profound declarations of meticulous proportion, intricate geometry, and deep symbolic resonance, thereby perpetuating a silent yet eloquent dialogue that commenced centuries ago, meticulously articulated in enduring stone and robust mortar. The architectural designs of Templar churches and their fortified commanderies frequently punctuated the surrounding natural or constructed landscape with prominent vertical elements. These were specifically conceived to draw human attention heavenward, symbolically forging a connection between the terrestrial realm and the celestial spheres. Imposing bell towers, slender turrets, and elegant spires served as potent visual anchors, meticulously guiding the observer's gaze and precisely aligning their perspective with designated sacred or celestial reference points. Through this deliberate design, architecture itself transcended its structural purpose, transforming into an active form of instruction, teaching profound lessons through spatial orientation and calibrated perception. Contemporary skyscrapers, whether by deliberate design or through an unconscious perpetuation of inherited aesthetic principles, unmistakably echo these venerable architectural forms. The elegant tapering of their roofs, the dramatic thrust of pointed spires, and the relentless emphasis on vertical lines collectively generate a powerful sense of soaring aspiration, imposing dominance, or concentrated focal attention, thereby guiding the observer's attention in manners profoundly reminiscent of those ancient medieval architectural intentions. Even the incorporation of seemingly contemporary features such as elevated rooftop gardens, sophisticated observatories, or elaborate light installations demonstrates a subtle yet undeniable reflection of the fundamental principles of alignment and exacting proportion. Principles deeply rooted in the sophisticated geometry understood and applied by the Templars. A select repertoire of symbolic forms demonstrably recurs across the span of many centuries, remaining discernibly visible within the modern urban skyline for the discerning and trained eye. Iconic crosses, intricate rose patterns, and fundamental circular motifs, meticulously embedded within building facades or integrated into roof lines, directly mirror those revered emblems once painstakingly carved into the hallowed stone of magnificent Gothic cathedrals. These potent symbols, it is crucial to recognize, function as significantly more than mere superficial ornamentation. Instead, they profoundly encode layers of esoteric meaning, thus subtly yet powerfully linking contemporary architectural expressions with their venerable historical predecessors. The enduring language articulated through shape, precise proportion, and deliberate orientation effortlessly transcends the boundaries of time, thereby unveiling a remarkable continuity of profound philosophical and design thought that steadfastly persists even when the identities of the original visionary designers have faded from collective memory. The sprawling urban skyline itself, when viewed with discerning eyes, transforms into an intricate and informative map. The carefully orchestrated axial relationships between disparate buildings, the purposeful sightlines that seamlessly guide the eye from one significant monument to another, and the meticulously calculated proportional spacing between structures collectively articulate an invisible yet profoundly influential framework that subtly guides human perception and visual navigation. Consequently, those who observe these urban panoramas may instinctively perceive a profound sense of inherent balance and harmonious order, often without consciously comprehending the underlying reasons for this aesthetic and functional coherence. This phenomenon stands as a powerful testament to the enduring efficacy and profound power of spatial instruction, a legacy meticulously passed down through generations from the original Templars and their subsequent architectural successors. Furthermore, the dynamic interplay of natural light itself actively engages with the urban skyline, serving to further reinforce these embedded, hidden lessons. The elongated shadows artfully cast by towering spires at the delicate transitions of dawn or dusk meticulously trace ephemeral yet significant patterns across bustling streets and open plazas, thereby echoing the profound, sunlit lessons once imparted within the sacred confines of medieval courtyards and hallowed chapels. The strategic incorporation of expansive skylights, shimmering glass towers, and highly reflective surfaces further extends and amplifies this intricate interaction, permitting the vibrant energy of sunlight to animate and imbue urban forms with life, simultaneously revealing previously hidden geometrical relationships and powerfully reinforcing principles of alignment in manners that are both deliberately orchestrated and serendipitously accidental. In its profound essence, the urban skyline transcends the mere definition of a visual panorama. Instead, it stands as a rich repository of intricately layered meaning, a vast, enduring canvas upon which the profound and far-reaching legacy of the Templars persistently continues to unfold itself. Their sophisticated comprehension of precise proportion, intricate geometry, and profound symbolism actively shapes human perception, profoundly influences lived experience, and even subtly directs cognitive thought processes, thereby forging an unbroken, vital connection between the echoes of the past and the realities of the present. Whether manifested in the soaring elegance of a Gothic cathedral spire or the sleek linearity of a contemporary office tower, these potent symbols steadfastly persist, silently imparting their wisdom and instruction to those individuals possessing the cultivated ability to observe, interpret, and truly understand their profound significance. Thus, the metropolitan expanse itself evolves into a vibrant, living dialogue, a profound conversation spanning across countless centuries, a monumental skyline that eloquently imparts knowledge through its meticulously crafted forms, precise lines, and distinctive silhouettes. The enduring influence of the Templars, therefore, persists not through ostentatious or overt displays, but rather through nuanced, subtle guidance, manifesting architecture as a powerful medium for both artistic expression and profound intellectual instruction. It remains distinctly visible, yet simultaneously enigmatic in its deeper implications, eloquently reminding humanity that profound, hidden knowledge can indeed persist effectively in plain sight, perpetually reaching ever upward and silently, yet powerfully, shaping the very fabric of the world we inhabit. Even after the passage of many centuries since the formidable Order of the Templars was officially disbanded and dissolved, their indelible influence continues to resonate, a quiet yet persistent whisper conveyed through the very materials of our built environment: stone, glass, and steel. The intricate hidden codes, the revered sacred geometries, and the meticulously aligned motifs steadfastly persist in manners that are simultaneously subtle in their manifestation and profound in their implications, thereby extending an enduring invitation for us to perceive and appreciate a world intricately layered with meaning far beyond that which is immediately or superficially visible. These enduring whispers are neither boisterous nor overtly demanding of attention. Rather, they are intimately experienced in the fluid movement of individuals through carefully articulated spaces, in the harmonious alignment of architectural structures, and in the delicate, often dramatic interplay of light and shadow across surfaces. Consider the elegant ascent of a spiral staircase, the serene enclosure of a meticulously proportioned courtyard, or the intricate beauty of a rose window. Each such element speaks softly yet profoundly, subtly teaching principles of harmonious proportion, gently guiding visual perception, and gradually revealing a deeper, hidden logic to those observers who cultivate an attentive and discerning eye. The sophisticated language of the Templars, therefore, is characterized by its quietude yet remarkable persistence, its profound messages having steadfastly endured through countless centuries of intense human activity, pervasive conflict, and relentless societal transformation. Even in instances where contemporary architects conceive and execute their designs without any explicit, conscious awareness of the profound Templar legacy, it is entirely plausible that they may nonetheless unconsciously echo and perpetuate its fundamental principles. This subtle transmission occurs through the enduring influence of established guild traditions, The widespread adoption of inherited geometric methods, and deeply ingrained aesthetic sensibilities, all of which implicitly carry fragments of the ancient code forward, thereby forging an unbroken connection between sophisticated medieval craftsmanship and modern architectural practice. The essential lessons pertaining to precise alignment, harmonious proportion, and strategic symbolic placement are thus absorbed, transmitted across generations, and seamlessly integrated into the very fabric of our built environment. This represents a remarkable continuity that resiliently survives within practical application, even if the precise historical origin of these principles has receded from collective memory. Within the grand confines of private palaces, across the expansive breadth of public plazas, and throughout the soaring expanse of urban skylines, these subtle whispers persistently continue their communication. Intriguing hidden chambers, purposeful axial pathways, intricate spiral motifs, and meticulously aligned facades all serve as silent carriers of profound messages originating from the distant past. Collectively, they serve as a powerful reminder that architecture, in its truest essence, transcends mere utilitarian functionality or superficial decoration, instead functioning as a potent medium for passive teaching, for the enduring preservation of ancient knowledge, and for the profound shaping of human experience. The sagacious Templars possessed a deep understanding that the most resilient and enduring lessons are those intrinsically encoded within the very fabric of architectural structure itself. Such lessons prove capable of surviving the relentless vicissitudes and tumultuous changes of history precisely because they are profoundly embedded within the fundamental elements of space, harmonious proportion, and guided human movement. Beyond their structural and historical implications, these subtle whispers also profoundly allude to the intricate workings of human perception and consciousness itself. The carefully designed configuration of buildings, the expansive layouts of plazas, and the commanding presence of urban skylines inherently influence the ways in which we physically navigate, where our visual attention is directed, and even the emotional states we experience. The ancient Templar code, intricately embedded within this built environment, thus subtly yet powerfully guides human attention, actively fosters contemplative reflection, and frequently evokes a profound sense of awe and wonder. It functions as a universal language, one that does not necessitate formal literacy or academic understanding, but rather demands only an awakened awareness, a patient receptivity, and an inquisitive curiosity. In this immersive interaction, the passive observer is transformed into an active participant, intuitively decoding layers of meaning through direct lived experience, precisely as the discerning initiates of the distant past would have undoubtedly done. The most singularly profound and compelling facet of this enduring whisper lies in its inherent nature as an invitation. It does not solicit rigid obedience or demand immediate, explicit understanding, but rather gently requests a heightened state of attentive observation and profound contemplation. To consciously discern an underlying pattern, to meticulously trace the elegant curve of a spiral, or to deliberately follow the trajectory of an architectural axis, is to actively engage in a silent yet profound dialogue with the echoes of the past. The enduring message of the Templars, therefore, persists not in the form of an authoritative command, but as a benevolent guide, a subtle yet persistent encouragement to embark upon a journey of exploration, to acquire deeper knowledge, and to reflect profoundly upon the intricate, often hidden structures that fundamentally shape our lived world. Consequently, the profound Templar legacy endures not through tangible assets like hoards of gold, ancient manuscripts, or wielded political power, but rather through the indelible imprint it leaves upon human experience itself. The gentle, persistent whisper of the Templar Code seamlessly flows through the very fabric of architecture, the dynamic interplay of light, the intricate principles of geometry, and the precise art of alignment, thereby extending its reach across vast expanses of centuries to subtly yet profoundly touch the discerning and attentive observer. It serves as a powerful reminder that profound knowledge can be meticulously preserved in an invisible manner, that esoteric secrets can indeed survive intact without ever requiring explicit disclosure, and that the very world we inhabit may inherently carry ancient lessons, far older and deeper than we consciously realize, patiently awaiting perception by those individuals truly willing to open their eyes and see. The intricate Templar Code, it is important to assert, does not reside solely within the annals of historical records. Instead, its profound influence actively casts long, resonant shadows that extend deeply into the contemporary present. Contemporary architects, visionary urban planners, and innovative designers frequently echo fundamental principles that demonstrably originated within the fortified walls of medieval commanderies, the soaring naves of majestic Gothic cathedrals, and the stately grandeur of Renaissance palaces, doing so either by deliberate, conscious choice or through the subtle yet powerful transmission of inherited professional tradition. The foundational language articulated through precise geometry, deliberate alignment, and harmonious proportion steadfastly endures, thereby meticulously shaping not merely the physical structures of buildings, but profoundly influencing the very manner in which humanity perceives and experiences space itself. One might contemplate the elegant spirals of a modern helical ascent, the precise linear alignment of a prominent civic plaza, or the distinctive spherical emblem incorporated into the architectural blueprint of a governmental edifice. Every single one of these examples resonates with profound reverberations of age-old precepts, even within the most commonplace, everyday structures. Fundamental patterns of mathematical proportion, aesthetic symmetry, and intentional alignment steadfastly endure, shaping our apprehension of space and our physical passage through it in imperceptible yet profoundly impactful manners. This enduring heritage manifests as a force that is both unspoken and universally pervasive. Esoteric fraternities, venerable academic brotherhoods, and various confraternities might conceivably continue to safeguard tenets of the Knights Templar philosophy, adeptly interpreting their profound doctrines into relevant contemporary settings. Professional architects and ingenious engineers, whether by deliberate intent or unconscious inclination, frequently incorporate principles of divine spatial relationships, profound emblematic designs, and meticulous orientation into their groundbreaking designs, thereby perpetuating the unbroken thread of esoteric wisdom. Consequently, the Templar Code emerges as more than a mere vestige of antiquity. It functions as a perpetual discourse unfolding between chronology, artisanal skill, and human apprehension. Indeed, even expansive communal environments conspicuously bear imprints of the Templar legacy. Grand metropolitan plazas, imposing public memorials, and revered cultural repositories frequently exhibit precise orientation, harmonious scale, and meaningful positioning, strongly evoking bygone epochs. The ingenious choreography of pedestrian flow, carefully considered visual axes, and expertly manipulated spatial depth collectively impart profound teachings in structural coherence and aesthetic balance, thereby directing the beholder implicitly, precisely as the Templars had envisioned their silent guidance centuries ago. The enduring presence of the Templars, it is evident, transcends mere structural design. Their profound mastery of discretion, intricate esoteric representation, and cryptic guidance provides profound elucidation into the workings of the human mind and the formation of societal frameworks. By ingeniously implanting wisdom into perennial constructs that endure, far surpassing individual mortality, they guaranteed perpetual transmission, imparting insights that reveal themselves gradually through careful scrutiny and lived encounters. In this expansive sense, their influence infiltrates beyond architectural edifices, shaping the fundamental manner in which humanity engages with spatial constructs, systematic arrangements, and inherent significance. While it is alluring to disregard these persistent reverberations as mere fortuitous happenstance or a simple stylistic inclination, their persistent reappearance, remarkable exactitude, and meaningful setting strongly imply a deeper narrative. From gracefully spiraling helical ascents to expansive luminescent central courts, and from grand linearly aligned public squares to serene secluded interior gardens, discernible motifs surface that simply defy simplistic attribution to chance. The subtle promptings of the Templars, therefore, persistently direct, educate, and invigorate, bridging vast temporal spans to profoundly shape the very fabric of contemporary existence. Thus, as we traverse urban thoroughfares, step into grand communal edifices, or contemplate sweeping metropolitan panoramas, we might discern an influence that is profoundly unseen, yet perpetually enduring. It represents the vestige of an ancient fraternity that profoundly comprehended the potency of esoteric wisdom, the ingenious direction inherent in geometric principles, and the intrinsic teachings woven into spatial configurations themselves. The Templar cipher, consequently, continues to operate, molding our surroundings, our lived encounters, and our cognitive apprehension, silently attesting that, despite contemporary advancements, antiquity still communicates its timeless messages. As we reach the culmination of our exploration, through the intricate interplay of architectural materiality and illumination, we are invariably left with a persistent inquiry. Are the recurring patterns, precise alignments, and profound symbols we observe truly merely accidental occurrences? Or conversely, are they indicative of the perpetual agency of the Templar order, extending through millennia to direct, enlighten, and impart veiled knowledge that remains yet concealed from the general populace? Each gracefully spiraling staircase, magnificently vaulted ceiling, and strategically axial plaza profoundly underscores the realization that architecture transcends mere utilitarian enclosure. Instead, it functions as a profound lexicon. Every celestial orientation, every concealed compartment, and every precisely calibrated proportion intimates a conscious design objective: to implant wisdom in ways that effectively surpass chronological constraints, casual scrutiny, and even individual recollection. The sagacity of the Templars persists not merely beyond static commemorative structures, but fundamentally within the dynamic engagement with these environments, in the imperceptible conditioning of cognitive apprehension, and in the unbroken lineage of artisanal skill that traverses countless eras. Even in the present day, as we perambulate through bustling urban landscapes or contemplate majestic architectural silhouettes, the ancient cipher potentially operates, imperceptibly directing our focus, orienting our visual trajectory, and subtly molding our comprehension of the world around us. We might not overtly discern it, yet the built environment surrounding us persistently conveys profound teachings, intricate enigmas, and subtle reverberations of an ancient fraternity dedicated to safeguarding wisdom well beyond its historical epoch. Could contemporary designers, whether with conscious intent or subconscious adherence, truly be perpetuating this extraordinary heritage? Do the helical forms and towering edifices, the expansive rotund public squares, and the precise linear orientations genuinely mirror ancient precepts transmitted via artisanal associations, rigorous mentorships, and collective societal recollection? Or conversely, are these ubiquitous patterns simply aesthetic coincidences, reflecting innate human predilections for balanced arrangement and harmonious scale? The definitive resolution to this profound enigma, however, eludes us with captivating allure, just as it has evaded definitive grasp for countless generations. What remains unequivocally certain is that the rich heritage of the Templars persistently endures in both manifest and concealed dimensions. From the towering majesty of medieval sanctuaries to the sleek lines of contemporary vertical structures, from tranquil, secluded interior gardens to expansive, radiant central halls, their ancient cipher perpetually shapes structural design, cognitive apprehension, and humanity's engagement with spatial environments. The subtle murmurings persist, beckoning inquiry, careful scrutiny, and profound contemplation, a nuanced conversation between antiquity and modernity, the discernible and the veiled. And so, as we recede, reflect, and scrutinize the intricate environments we occupy, we may commence discerning the subdued manifestation of chronicles, precepts, and enigmas. Perhaps the Templars are not gone at all. Far from vanished. Perhaps they continue to communicate with us still, not via verbal articulation, but through the profound and perennial lexicon of spatial mathematics, illumination, and structural configuration. Ultimately, the profound inquiry persists. Are these pervasive patterns simply fortuitous occurrences, or are they, in fact, the resonant reverberations of an ancient cipher that perpetually directs and invigorates those discerning few who possess the faculty to truly perceive? For now, the resolution hangs poised, suspended within the atmospheric obscurity of architectural materiality. This serves as a final subtle intimation, one that beckons every beholder to embark upon an odyssey of revelation, to scrutinize meticulously, and to marvel at the concealed profundities of the world surrounding us.